Good morning. Welcome to Market Open with Cedrix. Today we are going to be trading paper money, and I just saw that I put the wrong amount for the amount of paper money that I would have if I were to start a an account. So let's go ahead and look at some of the things we need for eligibility in an account. So here we have this. So here are the assessments. So here for $79 a month, we get the $50,000 challenge. Now, once we do pass it, we get up to 90% of profits. The profit target is 3,000. Max positions is 5 contracts, and max loss is $2,000. In minimum of 2 days, we have to do it. You can also do $160 for 100K to $239 a month for 150K. But obviously we would start off small, and then with the money we make from this one, we could then try to get an account here and then try to get this kind of account. But let's go ahead and go on Trading View. Let me close out some of these tabs, bro. I find it quite funny when a lot of people in my comment section are telling me not to be looking into trading, not to even attempt it, when they probably don't even know what trading is or how it works. It's kind of sad to see that people don't believe in learning. But they would probably be quick to send me to college, huh? All right, so let's see what was going on yesterday. Cause honestly, I was like so dead tired yesterday when I hopped on live. All right, let's look at the 1 hour marks. Damn, so it continued to go up yesterday. So this is how yesterday looked. It literally just skyrocketed off the fucking rip. So we're here. So I'm gonna remove all these. I was just stagnant during all these markets. Let's hope we're able to find some confluences. Where's the highs? That's it. This one. Lows is this one. Let me see. Markets. US, Asian, London. So London is GMT time. Tokyo. What's UTC? This is Forex though. 1 p.m. What the fuck? Fuck. I'm trying to see what time is what for markets. Well, first is Asian, then London, then New York. Okay. 12. So let's say this is 8:30. 6. 4. So like 1 a.m. and Tokyo is like right after market close. Okay. So where's 1 a.m.? Nah, it's whatever's. So this is London session right here, I would say. So this would be Tokyo. So this is another high right here. Brother. Okay. So is this one, or I can move it right here. Then London or Asian low is probably this one. Alright, so we just marked up the lows and the highs in the 5-minute mark. So we have a whole lot of liquidity right here. What's this? I am gonna watch some more videos, youtube.com, on I got this right here. No, not like that. Yeah, put this one over here. But this YouTube, put it over here. Actually, on the left side. I'm gonna look for some SMTs. Wow. So it does look like it's fucking trailing down. We have this new low. Damn. Look at this. It doesn't look like there's much, but these are smaller compared to these big ones. Oh, right here's an SMT divergence. This one right here. Ads. Bro, I don't like ads. What time is this? What's this one? 5:20? 5:25. 5:25. That's a SMT divergence. It's gonna go down. It's going down. Oh, paper. Let's go ahead and go on the trading panel. Reset account, 50,000. Boom. That's the thing, if we were to want to trade, it would take half of our equity. Let's go ahead and mark the highs and lows here. Here's the high for London. Low for London, still happening. And here we got this low right here. Oh, this is the all-time low for London. It looks like it's gonna look to bounce here and either bounce up or break the structure. The fuck, Milo? Then we have this low. This is a high. And this is a high. And that should be it. Those are the highs and lows. Damn, look at this. So now, is it gonna break the structure of this? Wait. This one is Asian low, this is London low, I would say. Looks like it's gonna try to bounce off of here. Oh, it's tanking. Yeah, it's not even close to any of these lows.
Hey, what time you get up?
Huh?
What time you get up?
5:30.
5:30? ¿Te correr?
No, I'm gonna run later. Es más difícil cuando está más calor.
¿En calor? ¿Aquí? ¿Puedes arriba el abanico que sea?
Nah, it's alright. It's perfect. So yeah, these lows have not reached the. Yeah, we have not reached the lows, but here it looks like we're already hitting the Asian lows. Yeah, I genuinely am still trying to understand this. I think it's gonna bounce off of here. I want to see. Let me see if there's no fair value gap. Now if we do this, most recent high, most recent low, where's the equilibrium? Equilibrium. Come out, gamma bots. Where's the gamma bots? Fuck, dude, I always forget. Oh, GAN box. So here, the most recent low. I mean the most recent high, most recent low. All right. So if my thesis is right, it should hit right about here. And this is on the ES. Oh, fuck. Alright, now we do the equilibrium right here. Most recent high to most recent low. This should be the equilibrium. And it should hit right about here. There's a lot of liquidity right here. Market opened in 7 minutes. How's your guys' morning going so far? Here on the left, I am gonna watch the second TJR video of his boot camp. Get this guy off of my screen. Fucking Justin Gamble. That's his name. Now, it can go one or two ways. It can break these all-time lows and go lower and tank, which I don't think is gonna happen. But it is possible because we look over here and we see this SMT divergence right here and right here. And as you can see, this one is going low while this one's going up. So it usually is. Well, technically now it's not. Well, actually, we should wait. We gotta wait. We actually gotta wait, cause the low just went lower. But once this one turns purple, then we can put that equilibrium box, if you get what I mean. But look at this one. This one did finish off purple, but over here it was red. But like I said, right here we're already at the all-time. We're at the lows from London and Asian market. And then right here, we're nowhere near the lows the London and Asian market hit for the NQ. So we will be looking more so on NQ, but we're looking at ES just so we can look for any SMT divergence, and we're trying to see which one is the leader, you know. Usually NQ is a follower to ES. Alright, we're just gonna have to wait. But I got a couple videos on the lineup. First one is going to be TJR's boot camp. Now we did watch this one yesterday.
And you put on your
and we're here on this one. Now we understand candlesticks, but you know, we can keep learning. But the ones that I really want to learn about is going to be order blocks part 2. I mean, at this point, let's just watch all of it.
This. Actually, that looks terrible. Forgive me. We're going to make this. Oh, here. I'm so stupid. There we go. That's a down candle. This is an up candle.
So I would say it's going to hit right here.
Okay, so we're going to do a quick overview of what these candlesticks represent, what the open and the close represents, what the body represents, and what these little wicks that they leave behind represent, okay? So, first of all, understanding candlesticks. Okay, we need to understand what time frame we are on. There are so many little different time frames up here that I'm scrolling through, right? 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 5 minutes, 7, 8, whatever, okay? And if you're very new, you're probably saying, well, what do those things mean? That represents the time that it takes for the candlestick to close. Okay, so if we are on the 5-minute chart, which we are on currently, if one of these, let's just say this is an actual candlestick within the chart, one of these candles, this candle represents 5 minutes of price action, of price movement, okay? And the reason why these candlesticks are so beneficial is because we can read and see exactly what price did within those 5 minutes with just this one candlestick. Okay, oftentimes I can even be able to understand and pretty much just guess what is going on 1 minute structure just purely based off of a 5-minute candlestick or 2 5-minute candlesticks. And once you get good at this, you'll understand how to do that as well. Okay, we're on the 5-minute time frame. One candle represents 5 minutes of price action and market movement. Okay, so when we see a green candle or a bullish candle, okay, we see that it goes up and it ends right up here. Okay. Green means
Now within
boom,
the 1
price went
minute
up,
mark,
right?
I'm gonna look
Everyone
for
knows a green
some
candle means up and a red candle means down.
FVGs,
So in this instance,
such as
price
this
opened right here where the body of the candle starts, and it closed at that 5 minute mark right here. Okay? So boom, right here is the open, and boom, right here is the
low,
close.
high,
Okay,
higher,
we
low,
can put this thing down. Oh, oops.
same high
Shrink.
basically, higher low, and higher high.
The close and the open. Cool, cool. Okay, now what do these little wicks that are left behind mean? That shows where price went during that 5 minute duration of time.
Right here.
Okay, but it never ended up closing there. It just shows where price went, right? It left a little snail
We're
trail.
expecting it
Okay,
to
it's like
either not reach this or bounce off
like
of here.
you take a shit
That's what
you put on your underwear.
I'm expecting, you know?
And it's like super white, like brand new Calvin Klein underwear, and your shit from a minute ago left a little snail trail. It's showing that you did go take a shit.
I think TJR has the best
to be honest,
references
I don't know how
ever,
this relates to this, but anyways, okay, it shows where price went. So that means, right, if there's a wick all the way up here, that means within this 5 minute candle, yes, it didn't close up here, but price moved up to this point. Okay, and then same thing with here.
As long as these candles
Down
don't
here
close
was the
outside of
lowest
this
price point that price went within
this
these
fair
5
value
minutes.
gap,
So now
we're
we
good.
know, okay, this is the highest point it went to, and this is the lowest point it went to.
I guess it could
Okay,
go past it. Yeah, you
same
see it's
exact
bouncing off
thing
of the bottom there.
on a bearish candle. Okay,
Always do that.
just slightly different. Okay, instead the open is up here.
Let's go
Okay,
back to the 5
and
minute
the
mark, see how it's
close is
looking.
down here. Okay, so the close on a bearish
Perfect.
candle is lower,
So this 5
obviously,
minute mark
and the
was
open on a
bearish.
bearish candle is higher. Okay,
It just
remember,
opened.
oops, and again,
These fucking ads,
right
man.
up here is the highest point that price was able to go to. Okay, and down here was the lowest point that price was able to go to. Perfect. Candlesticks fucking simplified by TJR. Now we can get rid of this bullshit. Okay. Now we are going to talk
Beautiful. It did bounce
about
off of that. What I tell
candlestick
you?
patterns. And,
What'd I tell
and I
you?
know what you're going to say.
What'd I tell
You're
you?
probably going to say, whoa, TJR.
What did I tell you?
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
And
Whoa,
low,
whoa,
high,
whoa,
higher,
whoa,
low.
Whoa.
We need you to go
What
back
the
up here
fuck?
for
I
a
thought you
higher
hate
high,
candlestick
and then we got a
patterns. I
trend
do.
going
I
on.
hate
Man,
the
look at.
ones, the candlestick patterns.
I would have
that are
initially
based
entered when I
off
first put this
of
box. It would have been an entry right
mountaintops,
there. Boom.
Fucking W's.
But right now, you know, I'm
head,
just trying
shoulders,
to understand
that shit is
the
BS.
market, man.
I also hate
And
candlestick
I'm trying
patterns.
to get it. I'm
I
trying
really
to
hate every single
get as
candlestick
many
pattern
W's in my
that is
head
more, that,
so I
that
can
contains
confirm
more than
that
two
I know this
candles.
shit, you know?
The only candlestick patterns I like because they can actually show you
Once I get my
price
big
action
check,
and
bro,
dictate
I'm
where
going
price is
all
going
in,
to
bro.
go,
I'm going
are
all
the
in and going on the
single
market
candlestick patterns.
to try to make a
Okay, so let's
try to make a
look
funded account. So as you can see, this one
thing
closed
will
in here.
load.
So now it can bounce back and forth within this one, but as long as it doesn't
Candlestick
close in here, oh, I think. But as long as it doesn't close in here or
Cheat
close
sheet.
outside, we're good. We should
Hopefully
be
this
Gucci.
pulls up the single
Goddamn, bro,
candlesticks.
you ain't making me look good. You're
Okay,
breaking
good.
through.
It has some of them on this. All right,
Sir, fair value gap. Another one.
let's pull this
Well,
thing up,
technically,
man. Let's zoom on in.
This.
Okay.
Yeah, this is.
So, first of all, we don't
Damn,
give a fuck
bro.
about this entire top.
They said
row.
fuck you,
Okay?
Cedrix.
I also don't
Said
give a
fuck
fuck
you and your
about
fucking analysis, you're wrong.
anything in here. Anything in here, anything from here and below. I only care about dojis, long-legged dojis. The long-legged dojis.
So it's
and
bouncing
dojis
off
are
the
the
bottom
same
of
thing.
this fucking equilibrium
Okay.
box.
Cross dojis and inverse
Which
cross
is beautiful.
dojis, dragonfly dojis,
That just means-
hammers. Okay.
Wait,
Those are the only things I care about, okay? Just this row. Forget about all this
no,
bullshit.
wait.
This is garbage, okay? No, we don't give a fuck. All right? Just focus on this row right here, okay? And why are we going to be talking about this? Okay, it's because these candlesticks are showing price action.
5 minute mark.
It's showing where price rejected and where it didn't, okay? So, if I can honestly just find these on the chart.
I think that fair value got the fucking
but
shit on.
with a candle, this is just like a perfect example. With a candle like this one,
What the fuck?
right?
How'd it go from here to
We
here?
see price opens right here. It doesn't go low.
Fuck, man, I gotta take a
right?
shit.
It
Oh, look
pushes
right here. It's
all the way
blue.
up to this point, but then closes down
What?
here.
How the fuck? What the fuck happened?
This candle is
I'm
essentially
so
saying
lost.
to me,
Why does
okay,
this
we
candle
have
look like that?
strong bulls,
Yeah,
but
pretty low.
not strong enough to close.
Okay, there you go. But damn, bro.
Not strong enough to
I
close
was
all
wrong.
the way up here or
Fuck, I
here
need to
or
go
here or here. We left a fat ass wick up here, meaning it was not strong enough to close above whatever was residing above here. And more than likely, it was taking this liquidity. Okay? So, right, we knew that price pushed up, closed still bullish, but there was weakness because it couldn't finish out this candle, right? Now, let's find another example, okay? Right here, okay? Similar situation, but with a doji. Usually dojis, which are just small bodies of candles, okay? So when a candle looks like this, dojis are great for reading price action, okay? It's usually small body, long wicks, or just small body of a candlestick in general, okay?
Yeah, that coffee was good.
Looks like this. Okay, something like that, of some sorts, okay? Probably not that long of candles, of wicks, but you know what I get. You know what I'm getting at. Anyways, dojis are great because they can show us indecision in the market and indecision with a bias in one direction, okay? So when we see this bearish doji, right, we're obviously not taking a trade off of this, but we need to be able to read the candlesticks, right? These are the small things that intuition can build, that experience builds by being able to see and read these candlesticks when most people aren't able to do that. Most people are saying liquidity was swept, we broke structure, but you guys can't even read these candlesticks. You don't even understand what these are saying to you, and they're telling you a lot of information. Okay, so this candlestick in particular, right, we see, boom, big sell-off down here, okay, and then we get to this candle. Okay, we get long wicks to the downside, but not a full body close, right? We don't see a big body close to the downside. It means we're losing bearish momentum, okay? And as you can see, we did lose it. We start consolidating, pull up a little bit higher, and then nothing fucking happens after that, right? So we lost bearish momentum with this candle. We can see that through the long wick to the downside, and then it failing to close lower in a regular size candle, right? This is a doji. This is showing indecision within the market. Yeah. Okay.
This fair value gap.
Again, right? We see the long extension of a wick to the upside, all right? Showing that, hey, you know, we pushed all the way up here, but we failed to close above here, right? We failed to close above these price points, and then what happened? We fell, okay? But this is not something you take a trade off of. This is just slowly learning and understanding, okay, these candlesticks and what they're trying to tell you. Okay, let's go over to gold. Gold can give us some great momentum, some great volume, and also shows us some great candlestick patterns, okay? Let's go to the daily. Where are we at? Okay. Right here. Okay. This is a great example, okay? We push up, we come down. Okay, yes, we formed a bullish doji, right? This is a doji candle. However, right, we failed to push up completely. Yes, we see strong rejection to the downside, and yes, we do see closures to the upside.
These 5-minute marks.
Okay, this is why we cannot be taking trades purely off of candlestick patterns because this
There's
is
no
only
trend,
one
bro. I mean,
confluence.
yeah, it's going down
Okay.
actually, but
Yeah, we see boom,
there's
super
no fair
strong
value gaps
rejection to
at
the
all in the
downside
5
with
minute
this
mark.
wick, and then we close bullish still, right? But we're
Reaching
in a
this low fair
downtrend.
value
We are
gap, let's see if it
continuously
inverses
breaking
or breaks
structure to
through.
the downside. Okay, so that's an example of where we can't let our bias get lost in these patterns. Okay, these are very minimal in what you need to trade.
Damn,
but it is good to
what the
understand
fuck?
and to know and learn these. If you
Yo.
don't know them already, they're fairly simple. You really just have to know, right? A fucking strong
Alright, I think this should
close,
go
which is
up.
what literally a regular candlestick looks like to you.
What's
so
the
like
well,
this
okay,
candle,
why
for
is
example,
ES like
just
so
a
much?
strong
Oh my
close,
god!
right? It's full. It's
oh my
full.
god!
It has not a high wick.
This one did it
to the upside. If anything, a high wick to the upside on this candle would be even more
It's
of a
doing
reason
it.
for it to be a strong close. And then
Yeah,
also,
there it
right,
is.
the wick
And then
to
it
the
breaks
downside is
down.
fairly small.
Ain't no way.
Again,
Wait,
compared to the
what?
body, right? So we had
What
a move
the
to the downside, and we
fuck?
were able to close and
Holy
continue down,
shit,
right?
man.
And it wasn't just a wick to the downside and then a move
Someone
back
please
on
tell
up,
me what the
showing
fuck's going
weakness.
on.
Okay.
Alright,
Let's just
we
keep going through and
reached these
spotting
lows.
these on the chart.
This has gotta be a breaker block or order block, man.
Okay, again, right? This candle
This shit is an inverse for value gap.
is a great
Got disrespected.
great example of something of something of
Alrighty.
like we see liquidity
Holy
get swept in
shit,
almost
that
like
shit
a
is
confirmation
tanking.
candle.
Oh, market
Okay,
has been
right? We see this
open.
long wick to the downside. Price at one point. Remember, guys, we have to understand that price was opened here. So at one point in time during this week,
31.
price was
Why
literally
does it show
a
that though?
big
It's like already 6:41.
red candle.
It's like we're 10 minutes behind.
From this point down,
Damn,
right?
bro.
Everyone probably thought this shit is going to the floor, right? Because, and this is where like your headspace can get fucked up, because people get so caught up in the candle that's forming, and not the candle that has formed. Okay, we can only make bias and decision on candles that have formed, not candles that are forming. Okay, that's why we always wait for a close for a break of structure, right? We have to wait for that candlestick to close because, right, it's not an actual candle until price action is done within, you know, whatever time frame that we're on.
Jeez.
Okay, so this candle, for example, we get a strong rejection to the downside, right? Price pushed all the way down here, but then nope, was able to, first of all, opens down here, comes all the way down here, and then rallies all the way back up to this point and closes up here. That is a very strong bullish candle, right? We see massive wick to the downside, tiny wick to the upside, meaning it literally closed almost as
Yeah, you see the delay by 10
bullish
minutes.
as it could have, right? On most bullish candles, you're going to get some sort of wick, and on most bearish candles, you'll get some sort of wick to the top side or to the downside. But
fucked
when
up,
it
man.
closes so fully like this with a strong rejection to the downside, that is telling you a bunch. That's telling you 1,000 words, right? That candle is telling you exactly where price wants to go. Okay, what does price end up doing? Rallies higher, takes out these highs, etc. Okay, so this is all
So
that
market
I want
opens
you to do
and it
for
just
today.
fucking
I know
tanks.
today boring as shit, boring as hell. You're probably like, what the fuck? But
Damn, look at that
right,
liquidation.
starting from the beginning, we're starting from clear slate. Okay, trust me, we're going to bring you guys up with this, and it'll get going a lot quicker than you think. Okay, so all that I'm asking you to do is get on whatever chart you trade. Okay, whether it's SPX, GU, GJ, whatever. Okay, get on whatever pair that you trade. Okay,
Jeez.
get on whatever pair that you trade and just spot these and see how market reacts. Like literally just being on this chart, I can see two. Boom. Massive wick rejection to the downside. Still not a good close, but what happens next? We do get a full bullish close. Boom. Rallies. Takes out these highs. Right? Okay. Similar to this, right? We have a doji, long wick to the downside, bullish close right here to the upside, right? We can use these two in confluence together, right? We have this full candle and then this doji with a big wick to the downside showing rejection after several weeks of being down, right? We can show exhaustion through the dojis, okay? And then we get, boom, closure to the upside, price rallies, takes out these highs. So all that I want you to do, again, strong wick to the downside, full close, rallies. So all that I want you to do
should
is
be a breaker or a fucking order block.
Choose whatever pair you trade, okay? And just look for these and see how price reacts off of these certain price points, okay? Find at least 10 examples, okay? This is your homework, all right? Find at least 10 examples of these doji candlesticks, okay? Understanding wicks within the market, right? There's a saying, wicks don't lie, and I literally think there's someone that teaches on like YouTube or Instagram named Wicks Don't Lie. I may be wrong though. It may be Fibs Don't Lie. I don't know. But wicks do not lie. Wicks and candlesticks tell the whole story, okay, of price action. No, we do not care about a fucking mountaintop. Look how that shit played out. Fucking horribly, right? You got stopped out. We don't give a fuck about mountaintops. We care about price action.
Low.
Okay?
Always
And
high,
that is what we were going
low,
to be studying this
lower, high,
literally this entire
higher, low.
course.
So yeah, there's no
Okay?
trend.
So, with that being said,
Higher, high.
that's your homework. Okay, very, very short lesson today, but essential, okay, in you know, slowly gaining that fucking market experience that I know you guys need and want, okay? And honestly, these are going to be the lessons that are more important for you guys because this is shit that you guys probably brushed over and don't think about too often. So, homework is find 10 examples of this. Homework is find 10 examples of this on your own pair, on your own chart that you trade, okay? Take screenshots of it, fucking label them, do whatever you need, but not only do I want you to find examples of this on the chart, but find how price ended up reacting off of these examples, okay? And that will give you a better understanding of candlesticks, okay? The closes of candlesticks, how wicks work in this market. Okay, wicks tell so much of a story within this market. These candlesticks tell the entire story of this market. Okay, so if you cannot understand candlesticks, you won't be able to understand the market because we have to read these things. These things are telling us a story and we have to be able to read them and dissect them and understand them. So, with that being said, that is day 2, super short day. We're starting off slow. This is like syllabus week, right? We'll start you off with the easy shit, and then we'll get into the difficult stuff.
Through this.
Okay, so find 10 examples of that, and then I'll see you tomorrow. All right?
Share my notes.
Peace. All right, boys. Welcome to day 3 of the boot camp, my free trading course, whatever it's going to last all summer long. Okay, hopefully you enjoyed episodes 1 and 2, and I'm definitely not going to be saying this when it gets to fucking like episode 60, because then I would have to list every single one of them. But hopefully you guys have enjoyed the start of this. I know yesterday's video was kind of beginner, kind of simple, but again, right, I said we wanted to start from scratch, but trust me, it'll start vamping up real quick. However, while we are, I guess, you know, working on these beginner concepts that most people are pretty familiar with, what better way to start working on our discipline and our mindset, okay? That's pretty much what I talked about for the majority of the first trading video, and I got a lot of great responses from that. So I appreciate to everyone showing love to me.
Now it's gotta close out of
You know, that was our most viewed video. It's already at 10,000 views over the course of under a day, which is absurd for me. And then also we got over 1,000 comments.
I have
on
yet
that
to make
video,
a trade
which is
just because, well,
unreal.
obviously I don't even have
I
actual money,
appreciate you
but
guys.
just because
I
I want to make
appreciate
sure I
the
know
love.
what
Let's
I'm
keep
looking
this
at, you know.
going. And yeah, let's keep going with this. So with that being said, I do want this whole course to just alternate back and forth between trading and discipline. So, right, the first day, discipline, second day, trading. Today, discipline, tomorrow, trading. Okay, we are going to go back and forth because my biggest issue with courses is they do not prioritize psychology and mindset. They leave a section for it, just one little baby section. But is that enough? No fucking way. No chance in hell. So, what are we going to be talking about today? Literally just laying down that foundation for discipline, right? We talked about sort of what we can do in the, sorry, my screen is all nasty, but we talked about sort of what you can try and do to start taking action on our first video. However, this video is just kind of going to give you guys an overview of what you guys should be looking for in terms of discipline within your trading, okay? And then as the days continue, we are going to get deeper and deeper into small concepts and things that you can do to improve your mindset, to improve your discipline, because like I said before in my TikToks, like I said in most of my videos, right, we are not trying to just turn you profitable in this. I am trying to turn you from literally a boy into a man. And I know that sounds cliche and I know that sounds stupid, but I really do think there's going to be so much value given throughout this entire course to benefit you guys just in life more than just trading, because trading has taught me so many life lessons.
It is.
And I would not be where I'm at today if it wasn't for those lessons that I learned through trading. Not even just the money from trading, but the lessons I learned have helped me, you know, come to the point where I'm at today. So with that being said, today there's not going to be much trading. I did see one or two comments saying like, hey, why aren't we learning about trading? This is why. Me and you, we trade off the same strategy, right? And we'll teach that strategy when we get to it in this course. However, you guys aren't profitable, yet I am. What's the difference between you and me? Our mindset. That's the only thing that is different, right? Yes, I do have more years in the market, but technically we are trading the same strategy. You guys are taking very similar trades to me, if not the same trades as me, and sometimes you guys are losing, sometimes you guys are bailing out of trades, sometimes you aren't confident enough to take those trades. So that is the foundation.
That's what I want. I just want to be comfortable enough to take
right? Because the trading part, it's relatively easy, guys. And you're going to see this as this course goes along. You're going to be like, damn, that's it? So, with that being said, we're going to flip-flop back and forth between trading and discipline this whole summer, and hopefully by the end of this summer, you come out just an absolute stud, an absolute beast, okay? So, today, discipline. What are we going to talk about? We are just going to talk about literally that base foundation of discipline, not even in how it relates to trading, because ideally these discipline videos, you know, we'll talk about trading occasionally on these discipline videos and talking about, like, you know, trading plans, knowing when to stop trading, all that stuff. But we need to lay that foundation down first, and that's literally just gaining discipline, because I know a lot of you guys, whether you believe it or not, do not have discipline. Okay, so that being said, let's get into it. Okay, so how can we become disciplined? How can we become so strong and so mentally fortified that we, one, don't care what anybody has to say to us, two, we are willing to do whatever it takes to get and reach our goals, and not you know, not fold to your self-consciousness or not fold to other people judging you, right, to get to the place that you want to be. Okay, because that's really what discipline can do for you, and it really is a lot more than just discipline. It's a bunch of things, but we can just label it really just as discipline. And by being able to gain all those attributes and all those really, really beneficial qualities that we talked about, when you get that done, you are pretty much an unstoppable human. Whether it's in just trading or in life, people will look up to you. right? People will be like, why does he have this confidence? It will help you with girls. Trust me, it will help you so much with girls. Knowing, literally just waking up, getting out of bed, and knowing that you are that man, knowing that you know exactly what you have to do for that day, knowing and being confident in every single move that you make. Can you now understand how this can benefit you, not only in trading, being confident in taking your trades, but also in life, being confident with every single move you make? And if you fuck up, you say, that's okay.
I say that's the trade.
Because I know I'm that man, and I can keep going, and I can make up for whatever I messed up, right? It's all about having a positive mindset. And we also won't only just cover discipline on these back-to-back days or every other day. We're also going to be talking about just mindset in general, having a positive mindset, having the correct mindset in terms of just life and in trading, okay? You're probably going to think, TJR, bro, I don't want you to be my parents right now giving me life lessons, but trust me, it will benefit you, okay? So let me help you
SMT divergence
in
right
ways
here.
that you probably don't even understand or even imagine.
Like,
all right, so how can
one?
we form our base piece of discipline, okay? It literally can start with something as simple as forming a positive habit and completing it every single day, okay? So most of this video is pretty much just going to be describing homework that I'm going to require you guys to do for every single day after this video, okay? And it should start today, okay? It should start on this video right the fuck now, okay? Once you finish watching this video, go do this, okay? You need to develop a single habit, okay? Because, right, if you try and just jump into the deep end and you don't know how to swim, you're fucked, right? Let's take it one step at a time, walk down into the kiddie pool, you know, get used to the water, okay? So we're going to start with just one habit that you've always wished that you would do or just never had the discipline to do. You've tried it before, maybe it's going to the gym, right? And if you already go to the gym every single day, you're not allowed to say, well, I'm already disciplined, I already got this done. No. Because you're comfortable going to the gym.
That's why I'm doing 75
This has to be
hard.
something that you are uncomfortable doing. It has to be something where you're like, damn, am I really going to do that today? And then you pick yourself up and say, hell yes, I'm doing it. Because that's what life requires, right? For you to be sitting there thinking, damn, do I really want to do my work right now? Do I really want to improve myself right now? You got to think about it like that. Do I really want to improve myself and have a better life after I complete that task? You need to think about this in a completely different way. It's not, oh, this will take 5 minutes out of my day. Oh, this will take an hour out of my day. It's not like that. It's, oh, this will improve me. This will benefit me. So let's get it done. Okay, so I want you to choose one habit that you've always wanted to do, whether it be going to the gym, whether it be reading 15 or 20 pages of a book every single day. That has
talk to me nice, man.
My book is it's over by in
TJR, you're a goat.
And I've read 15 pages of my book every single day, and I just started that habit literally on the first day of when we started the course, because I was like, I can't be just here spinning to you guys, like talking about you need to do this, you need to do that, without me actually taking action too, right? I said I was going to put myself through hell this summer for you guys, while you guys put yourself through hell. We are in this together. That's SMT divergence. Okay, this is a complete group effort. All right, I hope you know you are not alone in this. Okay, so my goal was, okay, I want to read at least 15 or 20 pages a day, and I've completed that goal every single day. There's a statistic that says habits form over the course of, I believe it's 21 days. Okay? And that's when a habit forms. But a routine and a ritual gets formed over the past 6 days. Okay, so you can get into a habit over the course of 21 days, right? Let's say you go to the gym for 21 days straight. Odds are that you're going to go to the gym on that 22nd day, right? But it doesn't become routine. It doesn't become habitual, right? Or sorry, it doesn't become routine or just like natural for you to be comfortable doing it until that 60 days. Okay, and that's why these habits. Boom!
It hit take profit.
And these things are
it
so
hit
hard
take profit. Oh my God, that would have been a
we
successful
can do
trade.
It for 21 days straight.
It would have been a successful trade, bro.
There's still a little breaking point where it's still uncomfortable to do it. Yeah, you'll probably do it.
How he
but
says,
it's still difficult, and your mind still isn't
break
necessarily
even,
okay
then
with
you
doing
extend
it
this a little longer,
until that 60th day.
Now let's go up here. Let's go up here and hit these highs.
Okay, I am comfortable doing this. I want to get to the point where I'm comfortable and I enjoy reading.
Wow,
I've actually already kind of gone to that point, and that causes me to strive.
That's the second time
every single day
that I read this shit correctly.
And this is something that you guys will notice too, as you start to do these every single day, the first day you're going to be feeling super motivated. The second day, you're probably like, damn, do I really want to do this? Because remember, it's your second day. This is by all means definitely not a habit. Maybe on the 7th day, right, you do a whole week, right? But
So here's
by the
the
time
thing,
a week ends,
this is the
your
fair
motivation
value gap.
is probably gone.
Either
to stop
bounces
doing
off
this.
of
So
here
that's
or it
when,
goes down here.
right? That's when it really gets to the point where it's like, okay, do you really want this? Do you actually want this? Do you?
Talk to me nice,
Genuinely asking. Because on that 8th day, after a week goes by, I know damn well you won't want to do it. I know you won't want to go to the gym. And I know it's going to be hard, but you need to pick yourself up and say, fuck this shit. You're a little bitch. Let me fucking go. I literally wake up in the morning sometimes, and if I'm laying there in bed saying, I don't want to get up right now, I don't want to trade, I literally say out loud, you're a little fucking bitch. Get the fuck up.
Yeah, you gotta do that.
Takes me about 5 seconds right after that. Literally just speaking to yourself. Imagine standing and looking at yourself in a third person point of view. Imagine you're sitting there fucking munching on your Doritos, right? And you're watching this YouTube video trying, I'm trying to go to the gym. Fucking fat ass. Fucking piece of shit. You need to tell yourself that. Be honest about yourself. If you're fucking fat, if you got fucking rolls and shit, all right? Going to the gym or just losing some fucking weight should be a goal. Going on a fucking walk. Putting the fork down, bro. Put the fucking fork down. Look at yourself in a third person point of view, right? Because you are so comfortable. You are so satisfied in your little baby circle. You're cuddled up in a blanket. And you got all that fucking blubber supporting you, bro, keeping you nice and toasty. You're warm in there. You're comfortable. So let's get fucking uncomfortable. Let's change that. Go on a fucking run. Go on a fucking walk. Go to the fucking gym. Lift some fucking weights. And make it a routine to better yourself.
Our value gap is getting respected.
If we're being honest,
so it's gonna stay in here. As long as it doesn't close outside of here, it's Gucci. If it closes outside of here, I would close the whole position.
You know? I wouldn't really consider myself fat now.
There is
I have muscle. I'm definitely not shredded.
The 5-minute mark.
Okay, but I'm at a solid point. I'm at a point where if somebody sees me on the beach, they'll say, "Damn, he's pretty big." Okay, but if you're fat, okay, and you want to change that, do something about it. I know most fat asses like myself back in the day. I would be first of all, I would be ashamed to take my shirt off. I would be so fucking scared, and I would try and hide it, and then I would try and get in the pool right away. I would try and get in the water, or if I was outside the water, shirt always on. When I sat down on couches, I didn't want people to see my fucking rolls, so what did I do? I grabbed a pillow, put it in front of me, held it like that, so nobody could fucking see.
Damn.
You know how embarrassing that is? It's embarrassing. Don't do that. Don't be self-conscious. Instead, be fucking confident.
I'm confident.
Okay, how can we become confident? Be confident in yourself. Start going to the gym. Start working out. Start fucking going on a walk. Start doing cardio. I literally have this fucking prep for me because I'm about to go to the gym right now. And I've been going to the gym for years now. So I'm comfortable there. That's my comfort zone. So what did I have to do to get out of my comfort zone for this whole thing that we're doing right now? I said, fuck, I haven't read a book in like 10 years, bro. I listen to audiobooks, but I'm comfortable doing that. Let me get uncomfortable.
Right here.
Let me do something. Okay, let me improve. Always be seeking improvement in your life. Always be seeking improvement. There's always something you can improve upon because nobody is perfect. Okay? There should never in your life be ever a point where you are satisfied with yourself. And that isn't necessarily that isn't saying like you should always be shitting on yourself and saying you're a horrible person. No. There's times and places for you to say, damn, I'm really proud of myself for completing this. And those times will come. Damn. Okay, but right now, you need to understand that you are watching this video because you are not in a position that you want to be in life. You are trying to change your life right now. So you need to change something because the shit that you've been doing for the past couple of years, the shit that you've been doing for literally your whole life has put you in that position that you're in right the fuck now, okay? So what makes you think if you don't change a single thing, what makes you think your life will get better?
Yeah!
You have to change something if you expect your life to change for the better. Because right now, if you continue every single same fucking thing that you keep doing, nothing will change.
Nice.
Right? Because doing what you do every single day, doing what it makes you fucking comfortable, what keeps you in that little blanket, doing all that shit, it's made you who you are today. So if you don't like the person that you are, do something about it. Okay? Again, this is going back on taking action. We have to take action. You guys, we cannot be satisfied with who we are. Okay? You probably look up to me as a role model. I wake up and I look in the mirror and I say, what can I do to get better today? Right? You guys are probably saying, damn, TJR, he's living the life. He just moved to Puerto Rico. He's got a cool ass dog. He's got hella bread. He's living his best life. I wake up and I say, how can I get better? I'm not doing nearly enough. Where is the improvement? There are levels, okay? And we have to start climbing them. We have to start changing things in order to improve. Okay? So that's what I'm asking of you guys today. I'm not asking you to, be fucking David Goggins go on a 100-mile run. No. I'm actually asking you to do the opposite of that.
It goes perfectly outside of
Go on a mile walk, a 1 mile walk, or do something that you are uncomfortable with that you know will benefit you if you make it a habit. That's what this entire video is about. Slowly building these habits, because once it gets easy, once you know how to build a habit, and that's why I talked about the statistics so you guys have a time frame in mind. Okay, once you know how to build a habit, and once you do stuff that builds positive habits, you're going to be a fucking addict for it. You're going to be an addict for self-improvement. You're going to be a fiend for this shit. Trust me, because
right, so here's
right,
a low,
if you don't go to the gym, I keep using the gym
low.
as an example, but it's a great example because if you don't go to the gym and then you start going for just a month, the noob gains and the muscle that you put on and the fat that you are going to lose just within that month, it will show a visible difference. Visible. You will be able to wake up and look at yourself in the mirror and say, damn, this is amazing. I look great and I can't wait to do more. You get addicted to that reward. You get addicted to that feeling, and that's what we want to strive for. We want to be addicted to self-improvement. We want to be addicted to improving ourselves. And if you aren't the type that wants to just fucking turn your life into a fucking video game, turn your life into being addicted to finding out how you can make more money, being addicted to figuring out how you can improve yourself, how you can look better, how you can be stronger, how you can run faster, how you can, fucking be hotter for hot chicks, If you're the type that isn't always looking to improve upon themselves, you aren't going to go very far in this life. And that is me, who has done some great things with his life, okay, and you guys looking up to me as a role model, but I do not think I'm anywhere near my potential. Guess what? Every single human, every single one of us, we have limitless potential. You know why? Because it all depends on the amount of work we want to do.
Exactly.
There is nothing stopping you. You can
Not
do
everybody's
all
willing to wake up
things.
this early to just
You
hop
can
on
do
market.
anything you set your mind to.
Plain and simple.
Anything in the
And not
fucking
everybody's
world.
able to. I wasn't able to do
When have
this
you
when I was
ever
in
heard of
construction.
somebody
That's why
who
I'm
has
fucking
gone
dialing in on
after a
this,
goal
bro. I'll put in all the
never
fucking
stopped?
time and energy
Okay?
that I put into
When have
construction
you
into
ever heard of
this,
somebody
and I know
who
I'm
had
gonna
something
succeed.
in mind and went after
It's just
it
plain and simple
never,
because I was one of the
and
best
never got
workers
it,
in construction.
right?
I've been
If
best
they keep
worker
going
in
towards it,
everything,
if
every job I've
you
had.
keep aspiring and
Like,
you keep
I'm a
driving
hustler, dog.
day
I'd
in
rather
and
hustle
day
for
fucking
myself.
out, you are
I
going to
believe
get
in
to
myself.
that person
I
and
truly
get to
do.
that result. Because the
That's why my
only
comments
thing
don't
that
really bother
stops
me.
you,
It
the
kinda just
only thing
cracks
that
me up
stops
when
that
everybody
progress
thinks they're
is
Mr.
literally
Know-it-alls.
giving up. So are you going to wake up and think, damn, I went to the gym for the past 7 days. I just want to give up. Are you really going to do that? Think about it that way. You are a fucking loser. You are a fucking bitch, bro. Like, are you dead ass? You said, I'm going to put my mind to something. I'm super excited. I'm really motivated. I can't wait to change my life. And you go in and fucking put in work, hard fucking work for 7 days straight. And on that 8th day, you say, I don't want to do it. You said, I'm done here after 8 fucking days. Are you serious? Are you serious? You want to go back under your fucking blanket? You want to hold a pillow in front of your stomach every fucking day? Is that really the type of person you are? Look at yourself in the third person. Like, imagine you're sitting here watching my video. I want you to think that you're somebody else standing right here and looking at you. Look at your flaws and understand that, hey, every single person has flaws. I have tons of flaws, millions. We all do, because we're human and we will never be perfect. But the only thing that we can do to improve ourselves is to strive for perfection. Okay? Nobody's going to be perfect, but and if we know that no one's going to be perfect, but we strive for perfection, then the person that comes out of this, guys, we are going to say, holy shit.
Holy shit is exactly.
That person is
what
amazing.
The fuck
that person
just
is great. Yes, they're not perfect, but they are amazing.
We're going to stop that right here.
That is the person that I want you to become. The person where you can take yourself back in that third person again and be standing above yourself, watching, right? Watching you at the end of this fucking summer, at the end of this whole course, saying, look how much you've improved upon.
What the
right? If one of your habits that you're going to start today is going to the gym,
and that's literally where I had my first stop loss.
Let's actually realize this improvement. Take a picture of yourself in the mirror. Front and back side. Fucking shirtless.
I was about to say I should
do it, and trust me, this will be the best decision of your life, and you will be so fucking proud of yourself. When I was a fat ass, I took pictures of myself every single week. Every single week, I would take a picture of myself, and by the end of the summer,
it's gonna go up, bro.
By the end of 3 months, bro, it literally does not take long at all. By the end of 3 months, I was shredded with abs and fucking shoulder veins popping. It does not take much to get to the point that you strive to. It is all in your head. It is all that mental fucking box. You are limiting yourself. You are limiting yourself to your true potential.
That's crazy.
You can do whatever you want in this life. And if I'm not proof in that enough, I don't know what else would be. Right? You see me as a 21-year-old who just got a $2 million house. And you're acting like you guys are starting earlier than me. Some of you guys are 15 years old, damn near becoming profitable already in the markets. You guys are going to be far, far, far past where I'm at if you continue on this journey. Okay, that is who I want to create. Let me help you create and literally build the person that you want to become. Right? A very good tip and something that I think about all the time is imagine the type of person that you want to become. Okay? Imagine them, right? Their body, their face, their activities, their habits, what they do on a daily basis. Right? Think about that person, okay? And then think, what do they do? What do they not do? Not what did they do to get to that point. No. What do they do right now to maintain that, to continue to get better, and then follow that, okay? So you're probably saying, okay, this person is jacked as fuck. How do they get jacked? They go to the gym. How do they maintain being jacked, and how do they continue to improve? They keep going to the gym. So what are you going to do? Right? It's very similar to how I say, if you want to be a profitable trader, you can't treat this like a fucking casino. You can't be over trading and over leveraging, because you'll never be profitable if you do that. How do professional traders trade? With risk management, with no emotion, with discipline. Okay? So what makes you think that you can do something that is opposite to that? What makes you think that you can do something different than that and still get the same result? It's not how it works. Okay, so imagine your dream self. What does he do every single day? Or what does she do every single day? And copy that. Okay? You're probably saying, they wake up early. Perfect. Set an alarm.
Testing the waters.
Then they go to the gym. Perfect. Set another alarm to remind yourself to go to the gym, and then set another one 10 minutes later if you decide to be a bitch. Okay? Then what do they do after the gym? Take a cold shower. Take a shower. Just to clean up, to look fucking good. Right? Some of y'all don't fucking shower and it shows. Okay? All right? It's all of y'all don't fucking shower and it shows. Okay? All right? It's all these little things that add up, that turn you into the person that you want to become. It's not one little switch that you can flip. It's not one single thing that you do once to make you into that person. It is habitual. It is these habits. It is 1% better every single day. Your goal with this whole course, with this whole summer, should be to get 1% better every single day. And trust me, you are going to get way better than just 1% better every single day if you follow these rules and you are strict and you are disciplined and you actually commit yourself this summer. Hopefully I am motivating you guys, because goddamn, I know if I was in the position that you are in, and I was at one point, and if I had someone telling me this shit through the screen, I'd be fired the fuck up. I'd be ready to go. And that's why I'm making these videos every fucking day, so you don't fall out of these habits, so I can keep you on track. Okay, I don't want to check back in a week, and guess what? I will. I'm going to say, hey, remember that habit that I said you were supposed to do? I'm going to check back in every other day, matter of fact. You know, when we have another discipline video, yeah, I probably won't check on you tomorrow, because it's real easy to get motivated for 2 days. Motivation starts to dwindle, okay? And once you get to that weak point, the motivation is gone, and the discipline is all that you have left. So I'm going to check in. I'll know who's doing it and who isn't, because we'll know who's actually improving. And you will know if you're improving or not. And you're going to feel real fucking guilty if you skipped a day, right? Because guess what? You skip a day, somebody else was working that day. You didn't do shit. You didn't do shit yesterday. You took a step back. You fucking cheated on your diet. You didn't go on a walk. Guess what? Somebody else did. Somebody else was working harder than you. Somebody else went on a walk, read a book, and lifted weights. Somebody else went on a walk, read a book, lifted weights, and back tested. There is always someone doing better than you. So strive to be the person that nobody else can beat. Strive to be the best version of yourself, day in and day out, and there will be nothing that can stop you. Yes, it's going to take time, just like with anything, right? Because that motivation phase, remember, last week, the only way that you're going to get to that dream life, the only way that you're going to get to that dream man or woman that you were thinking about earlier, the only way you can get there is not through motivation, but discipline. By looking and understanding, hey, if I do one thing right, if I do all these things every single day, day in and day out, there is no chance for me to fail. There is little room for failure. Make it so you have little to no room to fail. And by following steps and by being disciplined and by making these good habits, who isn't successful that that wakes up early, that goes to the gym, that reads, that works on their craft, whatever they do for a job. Most of these people that you're thinking of probably aren't traders, but who do you know that wakes up and performs all of these super great habits day in and day out? And who does that, right? And isn't successful, or isn't on their way to success. And if you see people saying like, well, they aren't successful, but have they been improving? Mm-hmm. Of course they have. And they're probably 2 times better than where they were when they started. The only way to go is up when you are continuing to do these habits and continuing to stay disciplined. Okay, so your homework for today is choosing one habit that you want to continue throughout the summer and honestly for the rest of your life, okay? Whether it be going to the gym, whether it be reading a book, whether it be going on a walk. Just find a beneficial habit that applies to you. Not something I listed, not something that's in your comfort zone, something that you know will benefit your life, that is out of your comfort zone, that you know in a week after that motivation dies down, you won't want to do. Make this hard for yourself. Embrace being in the fucking pits of this shit, bro. Because that is when you build. That is when you become better, right? Think about fucking lifting, right? You are tearing your muscles apart just for them to build back bigger, better, and stronger. It's the same thing in life. It is the same thing as you as a human. Tear yourself down. Strip yourself down. Fucking, you know, put yourself in a position where you are vulnerable, where you are uncomfortable, and grow. And make it so when you get to that point, when you get to that point where it's habitual, when you get to that point where you're so disciplined, you can do this day in and day out and you don't give a fuck. You are comfortable, and now you're better in that one aspect in life. You've already improved.
It's not down.
Okay? And some of you guys are probably saying, fuck yeah, I'll do more habits. You know? That's even better. Right? I'm giving you the bare minimum. I'm asking you to do one thing out of your comfort zone, one thing that will benefit your life. Why not do multiple? So, with that being said, turn this fucking video off and go get that shit done. Okay? I'll see you guys tomorrow. Again, dude, I just keep getting more and more fired up while I make these videos because I get more and more fired up watching these videos to see your guys' journey. And another thing
it looks like ES is actually behind today.
Would be documenting it. Whether you want to take pictures or video, literally like TikTok would be great for this, where you can document your trading and your just life journey. Okay, I use TikTok pretty much as just a life journal. I pull out the phone and I talk into the camera as if I'm talking to just a singular person or myself. It's pretty much a video diary.
Expecting this to break this equilibrium.
I can literally be like, yo,
and this fair value gap will be a continuation, and
no one cares about that except for me, right? So do this. So you know you don't have to. But again, this would be something getting out of your comfort zone, and who knows, you might benefit from this because, you know, you might gain followers, you might actually become a fucking influencer, right? If that's something that you want to do, now's the time, right? So, with that being said, document your journey, record a video every single day saying like, hey, I did this today. Let's keep it going. And by doing that, you are subconsciously programming your brain to say, hey, I did this today, and it's pretty much making you even more responsible, because if you upload on TikTok, if you're on TikTok saying, yo, this is day one of doing TJR's fucking boot camp, I learned about this and I'm going to start this habit today. Right? If you do that,
off of here,
your followers and the people that are watching you, if you don't make a post the next day saying, hey, I did this, or if you don't make a post, you know, a week later after all of those days of uploading, people are going to be like, damn, he's a bitch.
Mm-hmm.
Damn, he didn't make it. Okay? So, with that being said, that's it for me. I appreciate you guys. I'll see you tomorrow. Yo, what's good? Welcome to boot camp, I believe day 4 now. And today is going to be another trading day, okay? So, we talked about candlesticks, and then we had 2 talks on discipline. Hopefully you guys learned something from that. Hopefully you guys did your homework. But today we are going to be talking about trends. We're just going to jump right into it. No reason for us to sit around, okay? I have some notes on my phone so I don't get lost in my own thoughts. But we'll just jump right in, okay? So trends within the market. Again, you're probably going to say, oh my God, this is recap. I know we have to cover the super basic, simple shit before. Do I have bed bugs? No, okay. But before we actually get into the difficult stuff like strategy and actually executing, okay? Because all of these little things end up being like the massive umbrella over these small things that you try and master. You try and master strategy, you try and master execution, but you don't even know where the trend's going. You can't even read a candlestick, okay? So how do you expect to perform in the market if you don't understand these simple things? So with that being said, let's talk about trends, okay? So the first point that I want to talk about, why do we even care about the trend? Because it dictates where the market is going, okay? Markets move off of momentum, okay? So once market starts trending, okay, odds are it's going to continue in that direction, okay? So what even is a trend in the first place, okay? A trend is literally, it's almost like you have a basketball on a flat surface and you just push it, right? It's going to roll and roll and roll and roll, okay? Because of that momentum that's pushing it forward, okay? Same thing with market, okay? When market gets a little push or a market structure shift, it's going to start trending here. Okay, so, whoa, glitching. This is why I need my PC, which is coming in like 3 weeks, but I ordered it and it's on its way. But anyways, why do we care about the trend? Because it tells us exactly where market's going. Okay, so the very first thing that we need to understand is how can we spot a trend within the market? And it's honestly one of the easiest and one of the most simple things taught in day trading. Okay, so when market is trending higher, okay, we can do this. That was terrible, but when market is trending higher, there we go, put a little cap on it. It moves in higher highs and higher lows, right? It'll look something like this, just with a bunch of little candlesticks in the way. And we'll show real life examples of this on charts. But, right, this is like a very simplified version of a trend, right? This is a high, this is a low. When it pushes past this high, it makes a new high that's higher than the previous one, and it makes a new low that's higher than the previous one, okay? So higher highs and higher lows, right? Just like that, and it continues all the way until it breaks its trend, okay? So same thing with the downtrend, just the exact opposite, okay? So for downtrends, it is lower highs and lower lows.
This is working so close to stop loss.
That is honestly what a chart could look like, though. Schmink, schmink. Okay, that was terrible. I had to do it with like my other finger, but because I don't have a mouse yet. Okay, so, right, downtrend, very similar. We have a high right here, then we make a low right here. Let's say we have a low.
So it doesn't want to hit this.
And we have a low right here, right? This low is lower than this one. This high is lower than this one, and it continues. Okay, and it's really easy to see these trends. What?
I was right on the first one.
It's really easy to. Well,
After
you
that,
guys got the point. It's really easy to see these trends within markets.
Like, all right, close. Because then this happened out of nowhere, liquidation as fuck. But
so
like, what is this? Like, what the fuck? Well,
right, if we just go to the
when
daily,
market open.
Right here. Okay, we see.
No, it's like
or this is just a more recent break in structure. We can.
Okay, it looks like right here.
We can highlight this one right here. Okay. So right down over here. Okay, we have, boom, a high, then a low. Boom, okay. What do we get? A higher high, then a higher low. Then boom, what do we get? A higher high, a higher low. Okay, boom, what do we get? A higher high, a higher low.
So it's reaching that fair value gap. Let's see what it does in the fair value gap.
Boom, higher high, higher low, higher high.
Bouncing off of here.
Higher high, now lower low because we just surpassed this. So what can we assume that market's going to do now that it broke structure? It's probably going to flip its direction, right? Let me get all these drawings off of here so it looks better. But you can see that, right, once we broke structure and changed direction of the trend, we continued that for a while, right? And now that we just broke structure, odds are we're going to start trending in the opposite direction for a little bit. Okay, so with this understanding, what can this help us do? Trends give us the overall idea of where market is going. Is it exactly how we are going to execute every single time? No.
I think I could take up
right. That's not how we're not just going to go, okay, once the high gets pushed above, we're going to enter a trade. Right? That's how you can get stopped out. There's a bunch of problems with that, and we want to optimize our entry. However, the trend is pretty much telling us what direction to place our trades in, okay? Because if market is trending in one direction, why in the world, right? If market is trending to the upside, why in the world would you try and take a trade to the downside? If the momentum is pushing it to the upside, wouldn't you want to ride that wave? Wouldn't you want to, be on, right? It's like if you're in a car, right? If you're in a car and you don't have a gas or a brake pedal and you want to get to a certain point.
So right
okay, there's two roads that you can take.
I should know
uphill
that it's not
or downhill. Okay? Which car are you going to get in? The one that's going uphill or downhill if you want to get to the end of that road?
So this how it look. I mean,
you're probably going to want to go downhill, right? Because the momentum will just take you there instantly.
And then it came down.
Versus if you try and go uphill, you're not going anywhere. Right? It's very similar with trading and these trends, okay? You want to be able to follow this wave, okay? Follow the momentum because that's where price is going to go either way, right? There's no reason to try and catch a retracement because one, you don't know how far or how deep that retracement is. Like this right here, we had a very small low get formed here, and this we had a very big low. But the extension is always the same. The extension always goes past the high, right? We see the high get pushed through, high get pushed through, high get pushed through, high get pushed through. Every single time, high gets pushed through, okay? So with that being said, wouldn't it make sense for us to follow that momentum, okay? So that is our goal. If you can identify a trend, okay, which most of you guys should be able to do that because it's a fairly beginner subject, all right? But you want to follow these overarching trends, okay? And when I say overarching trends, this is where it gets kind of tricky because people get so caught up in all these different time frames, okay? They see different trends on a bunch of different time frames, right? There could be 100 different trend switches and changes on the 15-minute over the course of this weekly uptrend that we outlined. Right, there's probably way more than that. There's probably like a couple thousand different trend switches and changes within that weekly uptrend on the 15-minute time frame. And that's where people go wrong a lot of the times. They get so caught up on these small time frames saying, oh, the 15-minute broke structure.
God damn, look at that.
But higher time frames hold higher power. If the 4 hour is saying, no, we're bearish right now, it's going to go lower and lower and lower. But the 15-minute just broke structure. Why do we care about what the 15-minute is saying, right? We want to use the 15-minute in confluence with the higher trend. So, right, if the 4 hour, if the daily, if the weekly is telling us that market is going to go down, and the 15-minute is telling us market's going to go up, why don't we just wait for the 15-minute to tell us, okay, market's going to go down now, right? That would make sense because then we can follow the trend of the market, okay, and then also scale down to the shorter term time frames, right? Because we know that these high time frames are going to push price in that direction, but we want an optimized entry, right? That's what I was just talking about. We want to go on these lower time frames and be able to catch the large high time frame trend moves, but with an optimized entry, okay? So that is why trends are so important. They literally help optimize your entry and help push price in the direction that you want price to go, right? Going against the trend is never smart, and this has honestly been one of my biggest struggles and issues in trading is trading against the trend and trading against my bias. I'm very good at being able to spot, okay, this is where market wants to go. I know where market wants to go on a high time frame. It's pretty easy to spot. However, when I get onto these smaller time frames, I'm like, oh, wait a second. This could be a liquidity sweep and then a retracement. But that's the issue, right? We can't be trading off of retracements. We have to be trading off of we have to be trading off of
Core Cosby. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it.
We have to be trading off of momentum.
Genuinely
I'm sorry,
appreciate
I
it.
just spaced the fuck out for a
41
second.
followers.
Okay,
Let's go.
so trade with the trend. The trend is your friend. I know it's stupid, but it's very, very true. Okay, the trend is your friend, and you're probably going to say, well, wait, TJR, I thought you trade off of liquidity sweeps. I thought you trade off of trends changing. Yes, we do, but on lower time frames, right? We trade off of that on lower time frames. So if we see a liquidity sweep, and if we see like a liquidity sweep on the 30-minute time frame, and then a break of structure to the downside on the 5-minute time frame, and the 4 hour and the daily are saying bear, 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 that's great. That's perfect. That means that we just caught the top of the next leg down. Okay, that's why I trade the way that I do. Okay, so now that we understand how to read a trend, how to spot them, right? So literally just higher highs and higher lows, and the next trading video will jump into break of structure because that's going to be huge. Okay, I might even do 2 trading videos on that because people do seem to get confused on it, which is pretty interesting because it is a fairly simple concept to grasp, but I do want to make sure people understand it because here's what I came
to a conclusion so far about. So we look here at the 1 minute mark. Initially, I was right. This hit. I should have taken all profit here. But what I said was once this hit, I moved this up. Initially, I had my stop loss right here. I moved this up and I was like, all right, let's try to hit this stop loss. Take profit. But it did not hit that one. What it actually did was started to trend down. So that's where, you know, I gotta learn to take my first take profit. Why? Because this one was the Asian. Oh, hold up. 5-minute mark. Reset chart view. Because this was the Asian high. And we did reach this at around 5:15, 5:10 for London. But after that, right before market opened, we were already down here. This is most likely going to liquidate. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm thinking. Why do I think that? This would be the breaker or order block, I don't know. But I think right here, it's going to cause a liquidation or order block, it would be. I think in the last minute, it's going to go up initially. But I may be wrong. We have had some SMT divergence. But it seems that the NASDAQ is a little ahead from what it looks like. This, off the rip, it's a fair value gap from the 1 minute mark. Should have shown once it bounced off of here that it wasn't going to come back up. I should have seen that 100%. Now that this is closed, here we have a bullish candle starting, but you know, we're just starting. We'll see what happens. I'm just trying to, you know, learn from this, bro. I really am. Here's a little teeny tiny fair value gap. Damn. And there it is, the trend continues. High, low, high, lower high, lower low, lower high, little bit of a higher low. So who knows, this could go up. But we look here at the 5 minute mark. Look at that. That's showing something, man. That really is showing something. Now if this one closes, this is going to be a fair value gap. Let's look at the 1 minute mark. So yeah, now we can take this one off. We can even take this one off. Take this one off. And look at how right here, this fair value gap was from the 5 minute mark. But look how it bounced. That's where I should have seen it. That it was not going to come back up. Initially, right here is when I should have, you know, seen it. This one right that. And that's where we're at. Let's go to the 5 minute mark. This is the fair value gap. And it hit and bounced back down. This fair value gap hit and it bounced back down. So at that point, that should show us that this is going to be bearish. Okay. See, I'm learning, man. I genuinely am learning. Now, I do think that this was a breaker block. But I may be wrong. What's a breaker? Breaker block is a move up or down prior to the break of structure to the up or downside shift trend. basically what it is. Shifted the trend. This and then went up, but then this. Still getting the hang of it. Still trying to understand this. We've also been looking for SMT divergence. We have found some. The one when we first initially entered the trade, it showed us that this one had a bearish bullish SMT divergence. Here we can see liquidation right here. So I'm guessing we can consider this an order block. And now this has a breakthrough structure. But look at the SMT divergence right there. Purple, now it's purple. Now this is also a breaker block. Well, you know, we're on NQ. So let's say this is where we enter the trade. Second trade of the day, or second trade attempt of the day. Let's go. I already said technically we entered it. So let's say that. Then where would it be wrong? Oh, we can expect it to hit this. Wait, what the fuck is going on? Just kept adding. This is a 1.5. This is the liquidation right here. And yeah, this is a order block. The leg up or down prior to a liquidity sweep, or causes a liquidity sweep. And I do think it was this, because then look at this liquidity sweep. Blam. Now don't worry, don't get stressed over this. Now if it hits, then fuck it, I was wrong. But this is the first time where I actually attempt a breaker structure type shit, or order block. I mean, would be this. Clearly this is it gonna liquidate again is the real question. So close to stop loss, I would have been wrong if it hits. But the thing is, if it liquidates again, there it is. I was wrong. Okay. I don't mind being wrong. I definitely don't. I really don't. Because I'm not actually trading real money, you know? I'm trying to be wrong as much as possible with fake money, so I can start being right. So it's I would have look, it would have hit stop loss, but I don't know, we'll see. I might delete this because I was already wrong, but I want to see what happens if it hits this. If it liquidates some more, because I could still be right. I could have just been too early. Let's go ahead and look at the 1 minute mark to see if there's any fair value gaps. There's this one right here, teeny tiny one. Now there's this one, actually, which it just bounced off of. We can close this one. So it's gonna need a close in here for it to be respected. If not, it's an inverse. There's the inverse. Is there an SMT? 1, 2. no SMT. And there it goes, it continues. This is also liquidation. Let's go to the 5-minute mark. Yep, I was major wrong. Wrong. It's right though. I still think, well, yeah, this candle's a better close. I still think it's possible that it fucking liquidates. Shit can happen in a matter of seconds. But it does not look like that's the case.
It is very, very important when understanding these markets and how they move and how structure shifts and how trends form and how, you know, just markets are moving in general. Okay. So the trend is your friend. Trade with the trend, right? Obviously, it's hard for me to say at this point in the boot camp, it's hard for me to be like, yeah, the downtrend. It's hard for me to tell you like exactly where and when to execute because we don't have all the pieces yet, right? This is just giving an overall umbrella, right? Find that overall umbrella, and again, we need to start on these main overarching themes to get.
So I got everything right. I just gotta be able to read this better. Cause look, it hit this inverse fair value gap. I think this is a order block for this liquidation. And then what happens? In the 1 minute mark, inverse fair value gap. That's a read and a half. The thing is, I was only thinking of long positions, but yeah, that's a trend right there. That is a trend. Gotta learn from that.
Lower and lower and lower and more exact, so we can be able to master these small, precise things within price action, but we have to understand the basics first. Okay, so, right, what have we learned so far? We know how to identify a trend, literally higher highs, higher lows, lower hies, lower lows. Okay, yeah, there is another way that market trends, and this just reminded me of it. It's through consolidation. Okay, there's 3 different ways that market moves. Okay, it's either through trends or just consolidation, right? Look at this. Within here, right? Okay, we see a higher high and then we see a higher low, but right, like this is not a trend. When do we know that market's trending? If it continued higher like this, right? But no, it just stayed like this. It was stagnant. Didn't make a move until boom, right here. What happens? Okay, we're making highs. Before this break, we were going higher and higher, right? Then we chop it up. Boom, we break the floor, we break the low, we change market structure, and you'll understand that when we get to the break of structure and market structure portion. But we break the low, and then what happens? Okay, we have high right here, low right here, high right here. Boom, market structure shift. Right now, what are we in? We're in a downtrend. Okay, so what can we assume that gold's going to do, right? We came back up here. High, low, lower high, lower low. Lower high, what's next? Probably a lower low targeting this area of liquidity, which we will get into eventually, right? But again, see how I was able to just take a very simple overarching subject and literally like this is some of you could be trading like this and be profitable. Don't believe me? Fucking try it. Some of you guys can trade this. Ideally, right, we don't trade this way so we get more optimized entries, right? So we can have tighter stop losses, right? So we can get higher risk reward trades. But some of you guys can trade like this. If the shit that I teach doesn't make sense to you, you can still do the basics. Okay? You can still do the basics. All right? So there we go. We know how to identify a trend. Okay, we know that it shifts momentum within the market. It shifts market structure. Okay, and it tells us the direction that market wants to go, okay? We cannot be caught up. Notice how when I identified that trend, again, that trend is on like the 30-minute, okay? But it's following the daily trend, right? We have boom, high, lower high. We have a low right here and another lower high, and then boom, lower low, another lower high, lower low, probably in the process of forming another lower high just to form another lower low, right? The daily is telling us lower, 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 lower. Perfect. So when we scale down onto a smaller time frame, we can say, okay, where does price want to go? We know on the high time frame it wants to go down. We're on a small time frame. Wouldn't it make sense for us to want to catch, you know, the big massive wave and not these little ticky tacks to the upside, right? We would want to find something that's going down, right? To continue that daily trend, right? So how are we going to do that, right? Literally just finding shorts on a small time frame. And we'll get there. We'll get to the point where we can execute. We're not there yet, okay? Because we just started, and hopefully you guys can be patient with this. But trust me, this will benefit you because I see so many people. There's a reason why you're losing in these markets, guys. There's a reason why you're losing every fucking day, because you're not taking these basic, simple, very, very important strategies. Not even strategies, just concepts. You're throwing them out. You're going completely off of liquidity sweep, break of structure, must enter. There's a liquidity sweep and break of, I could go on the 1 minute time frame and find a million liquidity sweeps and breaks of structure all throughout in here. All in here. I could do that a million times within this, right? Some of you guys are entering off of these little ticky-tack things, and it's like, no. That isn't going to get you winning trades. That's not going to get you high probability trades. What do you think is more high probability? Taking a liquidity sweep and a break of structure off of purely 5-minute price action, off of purely a 5-minute trend, and maybe like the help and the confluence of the hourly, or understanding where price wants to go long-term, maybe on the 4-hour or the daily at least, right? Because we're working with intraday price action.
All right, so here's what I wrote down.
Where we're going for the day.
Initially, my read was right. It even hit TP. I then moved stop loss to break even and raised TP to London high or Asian high, one of the higher highs. It did not hit that though. It did not hit the high though, and I should have closed the entire position off of that first TP. Secondly, I noticed there was. Once it started trending down, I found inverse fair value gaps, but looked at it as fair value gaps. Looking back at it, it was clear as day that the market started having a bearish trend, especially once that shit went like that in a snap of a finger. I should have known that. Each inverse fair value gap was respected by not closing in or even going into the fair value gaps. That's how you know it's an inverse fair value gaps once it bounces off of it. Like TJR said, as long as it doesn't close in it too, you're good, because it could hit, but then go out. It was respected by not closing in or bouncing off the bottom. Lesson of the day: don't only look for bullish signs. Look at the trend of the market and learn more about breaker blocks and order blocks. I do want to learn more about breaker blocks and order blocks to know what's what. As you can see here, I thought this was an order block because it looked like it liquidated. But once again, I was incorrect. Like I said, I don't mind being incorrect. Let's see here. This is a fair value gap. Look at it through the 1 minute mark. Clear. The trend is clear as day. Clear as day. Here we have another fair value gap, but it's just trending down. Yeah. All right. That's that. Market is being bearish.
Right? Because if you don't know where price wants to go for the day, you're going to lose. If you cannot understand where price wants to go for that single day and you are trading intraday,
this is where it
trades,
hit, and after
if most of your trades last a couple hours,
so yeah, let's
if not a couple
else.
minutes, you need to know where price wants to go on the day. Okay, and that's where understanding and knowing the trend matters. Okay, you have to be able to understand that. Okay, use your trend to your advantage, okay, when looking for small time frame trades. That's what I had written down. Okay, let's see if I missed anything. Where is the market going? We understand that, right? Literally just by reading the trend. And guys, like something that really helped me when I was first learning this, look, simplifies the fuck out of it. Where's market going? High, low, high, low, higher, high, higher, low, higher, high, higher, low, higher, high, higher, low, higher, low, right? Oh, we get a trend shift, right? High, low. Oops, let me remove this. Right? We see high, low, lower high, lower low, lower high, lower low, lower high, not a lower low.
We were at yesterday's
okay,
market
we push
open.
a little bit higher, continue, right? And when that happens, right, what can we assume? It's just a retracement on a higher time frame. Now what's this? High, low, lower high, lower low, okay, right? We're understanding, okay? And then boom, right, what happens? High gets pushed above, now what? Higher low, higher high, big dive, okay? Use the line chart to your advantage, okay? Like if we're looking at the 15, we scale down into this. Can tell you, right? Doesn't this look a lot simpler? To be honest, some of you guys really should be using this, right? This makes this shit so much easier, right? Oh, we're looking for it to hit equilibrium. Let's not get caught up in all the candlesticks. Okay, perfect. We're in a premium right now. Now what are we looking for? Okay, we're looking for a trend shift on the 5 minute, okay, or the 15 minute, whatever you want. Okay, we're just waiting for these lows to get pushed down below, right? We're doing this, we're chopping up, we're consolidating right now because this was from Friday, right? Market just ended. It needs some volume to come in today because today is Sunday during Asian session, during Asian session and London session. And then once New York session kicks in, we'll be able to understand where price wants to go from there. But some of you guys could really benefit from taking out the color of the candlesticks, okay, and just identifying, right, where's price going? It's super easy just to zoom out on a high time frame and just look. Where was market going? Down. So why in the world would you want to look for longs in this? We're looking for shorts. Notice how, right? The moves higher are always smaller than the moves lower. The moves higher are always smaller than the moves lower. If you measure it in every single trend, because that's how trend works, right? That's how trends work. Lower highs, lower lows.
Imagine if I listened to those fools that commented.
The lows are always
oh my
lower
god,
than the
they told me
ones.
to not fucking learn this, so I'm not gonna learn this.
Lower than the previous highs. The highs are not
Well,
going
they
higher
know
in a
about this
downtrend.
shit.
And same thing with an uptrend.
They're saying
right?
not
in
to learn this because they don't know shit about it.
The lows are not going lower than the previous lows.
Simple as that.
Higher highs and higher lows. So why are we trying to trade the opposite things? Move with the momentum.
I'm following the person
trend,
that's in
and
the
you will be able
footsteps I want to
catch
be in.
Bigger, longer, higher time frame moves on a smaller time frame. Okay, that is what this is all about. Okay, this was a very simple exercise and very simple thing. But hopefully you guys learn from this, and please do not forget it, because I know I forget it occasionally, and that's when I lose trades. That's when I fuck up. Okay, and my biggest recovery from like having like a losing week. My losing week was because I was getting so caught up in the small time frames. I was not looking at the high time frames. I didn't even care where the higher time frames wanted to go. I didn't care at all. Okay?
I guess that's what I did today.
But
all I
was
did was look
issue.
at the 5 minute and 1 minute.
The second that I can start understanding, okay, the higher time frame wants to do this. How can I find an optimized entry to ride that next wave that comes down, right? To ride that next boom, fucking dump, waterfall down. When can I get that next? Okay, that's how you can get those good, high risk to reward, high quality, high probability trades. Okay, so do not take these early lessons lightly. I know you guys really want to jump right into the strategy, but trust me.
All right.
The strategy is purely a step-by-step plan on how to execute. If you can't understand this, if you can't understand what price is telling you through candlesticks, what makes you think that you will know when to enter a trade if you don't even know where the market's going in the first place? Because the step-by-step rule, all those steps, those can be applied in either direction, high or low, or going higher or going lower, right? I could find a trade in both directions using that strategy on the same
low,
move.
high.
Right? It's understanding where the market wants
Lower,
to go.
low, lower,
You have
high,
to understand where market
lower,
wants to go.
low.
Okay? Trade with the direction of the market, because the market isn't going to move for you.
Yep.
Right?
You
We
gotta
see
move
people
for the
blowing on
market.
their screens. Please go higher, please go higher, please bull, please bull. Right?
That's gambling for sure.
But like, the market isn't going to listen to you.
All
It's
right,
going to do
now
what
the
it
question
wants.
is this
and it's
gonna
going
hit
to
up?
follow its own path.
Boom.
Okay? So,
Fair value
that
gap
being
gets it.
said,
Come on.
homework for today. I literally
Come on, let's see
just
it.
want you guys to go,
Like he said, blow.
whatever pair you use,
Go up.
and identify for this
Imagine.
upcoming trading week, okay, because this is going to be posted on Monday, all right? Identify for this upcoming trading week where you think price is going to go, okay? Make a prediction, okay, based off of what you know currently, or just the bare minimum that you've learned so far from this course, okay? Identify where you think price wants to go for the week, okay? And then after that, scale down to a lower time frame, and then identify, okay, right? So you're going to start off, where does price want to go for the week?
And then
Okay,
close in
make
it.
that prediction.
But
write it down.
Let's see
Please
if
journal
it
this.
respects this fair
Write
value
down
gap,
where
or
you
if
think
it
price
gets
is going to go.
inverse.
Choose just
Might
one
be
or
an
two
inverse
pairs.
still.
Okay, it can either be the S&P 500, gold, GJ,
Kind of got
GU, whatever
disrespected
you
right
want.
here.
Okay, just identify where you think price wants to go for the week. Okay, and then once you do that, once you identify this is where price wants to go for the week, cool.
As long as this doesn't
Once you do
get
that, scale
lower
down
than
to the
this,
daily.
I mean, technically.
Then say, okay, where is price going to
There
go
it
in the
is.
next couple days? Because you can make an accurate
Okay.
prediction on the week, but does that mean you'll be able to be accurate
Is it
on these
gonna
lower
break it?
time frames? You know?
Let's see if
Okay,
we
so
take another long position.
Where does it want to go in the week? Where is the draw of liquidity? And we'll talk about that sooner or later. Okay, eventually, right? We just need to cover these super simple things first. Okay,
Let's get the
where does
final
price want to
mark.
go in the week? Where does price want to go in the next couple days? And
Okay, so
then
this
where
is
does
the
price
fair
want to
value
go
gap and the 5 minute
today?
mark. Fair
Where
value
is price
gap
going to
at
go
the 1
today?
minute mark.
And
We
then,
are now
if you are
respecting this
capable,
fair
if you
value
already
gap,
know my
but
strategy, if
look
you
at
already
that.
know how to trade,
As long as it doesn't close outside of here,
draft up
we're
a
chilling.
trade
If it closes
based
outside
off
of here,
those
it's
biases.
inverse
And
fair
it
value
only
gap
has
still.
to be just one trade, okay? Right? Where do you think price is going to go for the week? Perfect. You understand that bias? Now, where is price going to go the next couple days? Perfect. You understand that bias? Okay. Where is price going currently?
All right, it's getting respected.
Where is price going currently,
gonna
right?
respect it.
Everything on gold says it's going to go down, but currently price is going
Let's
up.
say it breaks
So what's
through
it
this
giving
fair
us an
value gap.
opportunity to do? Find an area in which we can go
We
short.
would start this long position.
Okay, so we're going to look for an opportunity to project where price wants to go. I don't even want you to draft up a
It's gonna
trade. I
go.
don't want you to have a stop loss. I don't even want you to
It's
set up this
high.
position thing on it. I literally just want you to use the forecast tool, drag it from wherever price is at right now, and show where price wants to
If
go.
it closes outside of here, we're taking
Just
the
like that.
position.
Just
It
like
didn't
that.
close outside
And
of
it's
there.
okay if price goes a little bit higher
this
and
new
then fulfills
candle.
your targets, okay, because at least you knew where price wanted to go, right? The execution will
Respecting
come
it.
later, and we'll talk about when we know when price is going to change direction in the market. But this is a great
Once
step,
it-
and this is
once
a
it
great
breaks
learning
this
point.
structure,
Okay,
it's
do this on
guaranteed.
1 or 2 pairs, right? Choose whatever your favorite 2 pairs are, or if you only trade 1 pair, only do it on that one. If you trade 3 pairs,
'Cause it'll
only do
still
it on
be a
2 of
lower
them
high.
and throw the third one out. Okay, you only need to be focused on 1 or 2 pairs this entire boot camp. What makes you think you can understand multiple asset classes if you're already losing on 10 of them? Okay, if you're losing on every single one of them, wouldn't it make sense for you to try and slow it down, to try and simmer down, right, and try and focus on
Like a
just one
5-minute
of them
mark.
first instead of trying to study 10 or
It's
20?
beautiful.
It probably would make sense. Okay, so that being said, let's get to work.
1 minute mark.
All right, do your homework. I advise
I
you guys to
closed out of
experiment with the
here.
line chart to help
now we're
understand
taking the long
direction,
position.
right? Because it's really easy just to scale back on these higher time frames and literally just look. Where is price going?
Fuck is this?
Right, 4 hour. Where is price
Oh,
going?
it's
It's going fucking down. Okay, over here. Where is price going? It's going fucking up. Okay, where is price going? It's going down.
Let's
Okay,
see we're
where
right
is
or
price
wrong
going?
on this
It's going
one.
up. Right, very easy. Right, you don't even have to get all up in your head. Where's the higher low? Just look. Where is market
We're
going?
probably wrong.
Right? It's as simple as that. And we'll get to execution later. Okay? So with that being said, get your fucking homework done right after you watch this video.
I'm thinking it's gonna
Okay.
go up
Make
to
sure
this
you
fair
keep,
value
make
gap.
sure you keep trying to master your mind.
This
Make sure
fair
you
value
keep
gap is
trying to
getting
improve,
respected.
okay? And if you're watching this video,
We're
I already
just
know
wanted
you're
to
trying to improve, so that's
enter,
good. Good for
I don't know.
you. Keep after it. Stay strong. Let's get this shit. All right. Peace out. I'll see you guys tomorrow. What's good, guys? Welcome to
All right.
Boot
That's enough for that. So now we're back into this fair value gap. Still hasn't broken out from here. It is a new high. And it broke the structure basically. Like, fuck, stop. Oh my god. High. High. Oh, that's why. Low. Well, if this stays as purple, this will be a new low. Beautiful. Looks like it's a new trend. Looks like it's a new trend. Fair value gap is still being respected. So once this got through here, it already got respected. If it breaks down here, then it's disrespected, I believe. This closed up here, that's why. This could have easily bounced right here and continued this trend down, but now it looks like it's starting a new trend. This is a new low, and I have yet to see any fair value gaps. Let's look into the 5-minute mark, how it's looking. Alright, beautiful. It looks like this is all liquidated. That is gonna be retraced by this fair value gap. Now I am expecting this fair value gap to hit and get retraced. We are getting the new trend. We have this low, high, higher low, and higher high, which is beautiful. New trend has formed. We have hit this high even. That was part of this last high, or this last trend. Now it broke down from there though. It's not looking like it's, I mean it is looking like it's gonna go up, but not with this candle. This candle, we'll see if it goes down or up. And if it goes down, it's fine, because as long as it's higher than this low, then that's a new pattern. but it looks like it is trending up now. Let's go ahead and extend this. I put my stop loss up here because this is where it's at. If anything, we can start off a little smaller with the 1-for-1, but you know, we're going for the 2-for-1 or 1.5. I mean, I think it's possible for it to retrace up there. There's this fair value gap right here actually as well, so maybe we could put our first stop loss right here. Okay. Beautiful. Okay, we have a new high. That's fine. It's gonna bounce off of this fair value gap. Let's look at the 5-minute mark. That's the 3-minute mark. Down, look at the liquidation at the 3-minute mark. 5-minute mark. Beautiful. There's a whole lot of liquidation and it got retraced. Damn. Is this something? Still need to bounce off of here. Still considered a higher low. That's beautiful. Literally just got liquidated right here. Nice. Nice. So this is not even a low, this is a low. Wow. This is a breaker block. Nice. Oh, that's correct. This fair value gap got respected. Look at that. Look at that. Now we've reached this fair value gap. Now this would be, I believe, an order block. I believe we could get rid of this fair value gap. Beautiful, beautiful. We'll move up here. I reached this fair value gap. Now we're just waiting for it to get respected. There's a order block because of this liquidation. Now it hits this take profit, we would have been right. Absolutely. Now let's see what happens. Does it go to this 5-minute fair value gap? This is a 5-minute fair value gap that can be retraced. We will see. We're still in this fair value gap. So as long as this one doesn't get disrespected, we're chilling. This order block got respected 100%. Beautiful. The pattern is the trend is still continuing. Right here, high low, higher highs, higher lows. Beautiful. And this fair value gap gets respected. Oh my god, that is beautiful. That is beautiful. Come on, come on. I really think this is a W read as well. I think I nailed it. We're done watching TJR for the day. We'll just finish this read and then after that, call it. But I think this was a good one. Let's go back to the 5-minute mark. This is the fair value gap that we're hoping gets retraced. This one already got hit. That was where our first TP was at. And this is the order block that we saw in the 1-minute mark. Right here, it got liquidated right here. It got to this low and it bounced right off. It was, at first I thought it was gonna end in a pink candle, but it did not. Now this fair value gap is still being respected, thankfully. As long as we stay in here and then break through, we are Gucci. Trend is looking as beautiful as ever. Okay, so that's a new high. This would be a new low, I would believe, given that this one ends in purple. We just want this to stay outside. If it stays outside, this fair value gap gets respected. You see, as long as it stays inside, it's still respected. Okay, new candle. So this is a low. This is a high. We're gonna have a new higher high. There is this fair value gap right here, which is basically the beginning of this fair value gap. This fair value gap has been respected. We don't even need this. And now we just gotta wait for it to hit take profit. This is a what? It was, how much was that? So initially I had it right here. So it was a 1.5x, which it looks like it's gonna hit. Let's just keep this here to show what the trade was. We're still in this fair value gap, so it's being respected, but just moving slowly through there. We cross that again. We already have a higher high, which is beautiful. This is where I would have entered because of I had a fair value gap, I think. Then this liquidation. Five-minute mark. Beautiful, beautiful. Just gonna be a fair value gap right here. So it closed out of here. Now it's gonna bounce up. So it closed outside of this fair value gap means it got respected. Now look at it, it's bouncing off of that fair value gap, turning purple. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Still bouncing off of that fair value gap, respecting it. Show that fair value gap respect, all right? We got a new high. Continuing the trend. Low, high, low, higher low, higher high, higher low, higher high, higher low, higher high, higher low. Respect this, alright, motherfuckers. 5 minute mark. Let's see it. Let's see it. Still being respected, like I said. And as long as, yeah, if it closes this 5 minute fair value gap, if this 5 minute closes outside of this, it's respected. But then this one forms. Let's go ahead. No, not that. Let's go ahead and look at the 1 minute chart. Now it's breaking through here. But it's still gonna be respected. Oof, it didn't respect it. You're not respecting it? Oof. Damn, what the fuck is going on now? It broke this structure. It's over. It's over. Should have taken the first take profit. It's alright. It's alright. Where's the 5 minute mark? So then there's this. Now there's this fair value gap right here, which can still be respected. Back at the 1 minute mark. So this fair value gap is out of the picture. Damn, it started tanking. Down to here, so it broke the trend. Still respecting this one though, this order block. There it is. Liquidation. There's still this order block. It's gotta go back up to this fair value gap. Liquidation. Liquidation. Whole lot of liquidation. It's alright, cause look. We look at the 5 minute mark. It just started a new trend. So we have this low and this high. I'm gonna get rid of this one. So we can look at it through here. We have this liquidation and this liquidation. This order block is still being respected. Entered this fair value gap from here, from the 5 minute mark. It's right here. And it's still respecting it. As long as it doesn't close under here, we're good. Or it's an inverse actually, inverse fair value gap, because it's gonna go back up. Look at that liquidation though. Look at that liquidation. We look at the 1 minute mark. We're back up here. And then we have this fair value gap right here actually. Now. So this one. Oh, fuck. Once this one closes, outside of that, it's been respected. Might close outside of both of them. Nice. Beautiful 5 minute mark. Look at that liquidation. You see, imagine we were to close it out. You can't until it hits stop loss. That's why you don't close it out until it hits stop loss. You gotta stay true to that. Because look at that. That is beautiful. That is beautiful. This was an order block. I was correct. This was a little bit of an order block right here. And it's broken through that. It's broken through this one. It just passed the high. Where's the 5 minute mark? Yep, we close outside of this. Once this one closes, it respects this fair value gap. And look, we have a new high. So it's still good. And there you go, it got respected. Beautiful. That is beautiful. That was a whole lot of liquidation though. Goddamn. And it's about to hit TP. Let's see, I'm gonna put this one right here. Because this is the order block that led to this low liquidation. Go ahead and look at it in this 5 minute mark. Look, all this liquidation. Liquidation still not done. Full hit. Right. 1 minute mark. It's going back into this order block. I guess we can put this one back up here. See if it still respects it. It did hit this actually, which was what? Let's look at the 5 minute mark. Oh, it was this big ass fucking yeah. It's this fucking fair value gap that we're shooting for still being respected. Perfect. This order block right here that has led to all this fucking liquidation. Still bouncing off here. Have we seen any SMTs? I haven't gone back over here. Nah. It's alright. As long as this doesn't close outside of this one, we're chilling. Still think it's gonna liquidate genuinely. This is the low that we're respecting too. There's this. That led to this. Take this one off. Have this one here. This fair value gap got disrespected. This one stays going down. This is gonna be a new fair value gap. And there it is. This one got disrespected, so we can take it off. But now we have this fair value gap. Look at the 5 minute mark. Still have 3 more minutes before this one closes. So as long as it doesn't close under this fair value gap, we're chilling. I think this order block is chilling, but like it did lead to this liquidation, and that is our stop loss, so I'll keep that up. Okay, beautiful. Oh shit, what the fuck did I do? Beautiful, looking wonderful. Shit, I didn't mean to do that. Okay, still being respected. This is the new high, which is higher than that, which is great actually, because the trend is still continuing. Trend is still continuing. This is higher than that, and then this is a new low, which is higher than the last one. This got respected. This got respected. Fair value gap, we're still in. We're still in this fair value gap. Let's see if it gets respected. As well as the order block. 5-minute chart, how's it looking? It's looking like a whole lot of liquidation. It closed right here, so this is the new high. And then this is gonna be a low, which is already marked. Go back to the 1-minute mark. We did close outside of this fair value gap, unfortunately, but we technically already went through it here. So right now we're just respecting, we're looking at this order block, I guess. See, we'll try to do this. It broke through equilibrium. Because equilibrium is now this. Or liquidation. Mm. 5-minute mark. The 5-minute mark, did it break through it? It hasn't closed outside of this fair value gap. That's the one reason why we're still here. This order block has to bounce off of here. I think I could take this one off. Bounce off of here. nice. Okay, it looks like fuck. This order block. Liquidation right here. Order blocks getting respected. Minute. Damn. Right there on the bottom. But look at this liquidation right here. This would be a higher low, which would be, okay, hold on. 1 minute mark. Beautiful. Shit. It's already 8:30. This is a small fair value gap right here. Let's see if this gets respected. Okay, we have a new low. Beautiful. Looks like it's liquidating back up. Hold on. If I reach that, this fair value gap, it's bouncing off of it though. So the inverse, we shall see. Yep, it's looking like it. Unless it liquidates. This is still the, what's it called? Order block for sure. Which it looks like it's still getting respected. Most definitely still getting respected. Got some T's. Still being respected. 20 seconds until this one closes out. This order block did get respected. This fair value gap was an inverse. It did not hit. Five-minute mark, let's see it. So there's a new low. We need this to be blue, purple I mean. It's getting respected. Wonderfully, actually, look at this. It's not going under this order block. Yeah. It's liquidating. That order block is causing it to liquidate. It's not going under this. It's not closing under that. Look at that. Wow. This is crazy. It's just staying in this order block though. It's like stagnant. As long as the 5-minute doesn't close under this, we should be good. So once we came here, we haven't left it. And it hasn't broken through it. So that order block is wonderful. There isn't even any more fair value gaps right here. This isn't even bigger for order block. What am I telling you? Wow. Wow. It's crazy to see all this actually be right, you know? You expect the market to be random, but it really isn't. 5-minute mark. How long until this closes? A whole minute. Okay. So 1 minute. There. 1 minute till it closes. Wow, look at that. It broke through the order block. That's wonderful. Let's go to 5 minutes and see if we can find an equilibrium. Most recent. And there is the equilibrium. 1 minute mark now. We need this to pass that equilibrium. Just gonna liquidate. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Oh. And the order block still stays respected. Wow. That's crazy to see. This order block, bro. They literally did this right here is what's keeping it still alive. It can go as low as this, bro. It really doesn't matter because it's not closing outside of it. Because look, this is just going to be more liquidation. They're dropping it down just so they could bring it back up. Let's look at the 5 minute mark and see how it closed. It may look like a new trend actually. Oof, it just hit stop loss. That hurts. Bam. So close. So close. It did hit equilibrium, but it bounced off. What went wrong there? I still think it's gonna bounce back up, bro. It did hit an all-time low though. Just 5 minute. That's the thing, this one. It's just gonna liquidate. It's a fat ass liquidation, man. Look at that. It hit stop loss, but it's liquidating so fucking fast. Wow. I would have been stopped out. Damn, what happened? New fair value gap. I think that's two almost right decisions. Wow. Bro, it felt right. It felt so right. This fucking order block was literally, look, it broke through the order block. That's probably where take profit should have been at for this. It was liquidating a lot right here. This is where, I mean, what is that? Like, there's no way to know. If anything, this is where the next stop loss would have been. But the reason I had this is because this was a big ass fair value gap that did get retraced. Something. What made it? I wanna see. There's this fair value gap. There's this fair value gap. I think after this I should have known. Yep, after this I should have known. Once it went back, it would have bounced off. It would have, okay, yeah, it would have bounced off here and kept going. Once it hit this, I should have known. Well, once it hit the bottom of this one, like literally right here, right here, right here is where I should have known, because it even came back up here and it went back down. I was right, man. And then this order, is there any other fair value gaps? I mean, yeah. There's this one. Fair value gap. I don't know what to say. It's like I was close. I feel like I know. I feel like I'm understanding this more and more as these days go by, which is great that I'm not actually trading now, you know? Like I'm getting the experience and the practice in the market. Nothing much to say. This was a close read. Let's see if there was any way to know where to put stop losses, because this is where we started the trade. Look through here. There's this order block with liquidation that we noticed, and it bounced back up here. Let's look at the 1 hour marks. I mean, really, what we could have done is get this big ass fair value gap. Look back at the 5 minute, and then I mean, that's a fair value gap we're in right now, no? Damn. So it just reached that. And wow, look at this. So once we hit here, and then where did we enter? We entered right here. Brother, it would have been smarter that we would have had this fair value gap already already in play, have it hit here, and once we notice this right here, there's no way to know that actually, because yeah, you're looking at it before the market fucking even does anything. But let's see. So there's this fair value gap, which is it gonna get respected? 1 minute mark. When we look at the 1 minute mark, it hits here. This big ass one. What is this? That's a whole lot of liquidation right here. It hits here, bounces off, take profit could have been here. That's the thing. Boom, leads to a lot of liquidation. Imagine if we would buy here, taking profit here. This fair value gap is not being respected just yet. So then we take this off. We have this one now, right here, that led to all this. Broke through down, but I'm trying to understand this, bro. I really am. Cause look, there's this big ass fucking fair value gap right here, which it's getting respected. And then there's this big ass drop in the first hour. Now we could have put our stop loss here and take profit here. Cause look, low, high, higher low, higher high, higher low, higher high, higher low, higher high, higher low, higher high. This one breaks it. Now it's gonna go on the downtrend. High, low, high, higher low, high, lower low. Yep. This is where it just fucking gets fucked. Look at, no, not 3 minute. Look at the 5 minute chart. Trying to understand the market more. We have what looks like 1 minute mark. This fair value gap is getting respected. This closes out of here, it's not. Now this order block, look at all the liquidation, and then like what the fuck? This has got disrespected. What's up, Stream World? Stream Hub World. This fair value gap getting respected. Look at the 5 minute mark. This would be a stupid ass trade though. Look at that, 0.5. Fuck no. Can't do that. 1.5 for sure. But look at that. Now I do want to see if it takes my take profit. Because look, now it's coming back up. There's a whole ass liquidation, man. Still in the fair value gap. 5 minute mark in the fair value gap. Which technically the fair value gap could be this. For the 5 minute mark. Let's go to a 1 minute mark. Let's go to the restroom. Damn. I think it's gonna be time to call it a day. I don't think it was that bad of a morning. I feel like I'm understanding things more and more as time goes by. The only way you can really learn is by being in the market. Can't learn by just watching. Oh shit. The fuck, man. But yeah, I think that's it for today. I honestly don't think today was a bad day. I think the only way you can really learn is by being in the market, time in the market, you know. It does suck that both of my stop losses hit. But with the first trade, we did hit a TP for the first time. Which is actually, I think, good progress, decent progress. And even when things like this, like I have this mapped out right here and it's still, you know, bouncing off of it, being respected in a sense when you look at it through the 5 minute mark. Oh, that's 3 minutes. Within the 5 minute mark, still being respected, you know. Look at all this liquidation right here, right under the stop loss. So I feel like it's still gonna come back up because there's a lot of liquidation. Then we look here at this one, it came up here, even came down here, but it's still in this one. Look at that. It's still within this order block. And yeah, nothing much to say. Now this is a new fair value gap. We can see if it gets respected or not. This was an inverse. Well, no, this was a fair value gap from the 5-minute mark. Hold up. We're still in this fair value gap right here. And then in the 5-minute mark, it's this fair value gap, which we have yet to respect. But within the 5 minutes, there is 22 seconds left. So the goal is to reach back into that fair value gap and close in. So let's close inside this fair value gap. Now we reached that fair value gap. We've passed it. Well, we needed to close outside of it. But look at this low, high, higher low. This one's a lower high. So there's no trend necessarily, but we look at the 5-minute mark. Let's see. Low, high, higher low, higher high. So it looks like this fair value gap just bounced down from the top of it. We need this to close outside of this fair value gap because it's the 1-minute fair value gap, which just did. We need this to bounce up off of the top of this and not go back into it. Gonna bounce off of it, perfectly respecting it. I'm gonna get rid of this one. Let me just close outside of this here, under it. So yeah, it's not looking too good. There's no other fair value gap. I'm guessing we could get rid of this fair value gap, but extend this order block and extend this fair value gap, which is perfect. Look at the 5-minute mark. There's still 2.5 minutes left, but this fair value gap looking to be respected. Look at all this liquidation, bro. That's why we got this whole beautiful. Look, all that liquidation, man. Liquidation, 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 liquidation. Look at the 1 minute mark. It looks like this one was the one. 5 minute mark. What is this? Oh yeah, the liquidation. One minute mark. Got a whole 5 minutes. So now we have this one. This fair value gap is being respected, which is beautiful. Let's look into the 1 minute mark, see how this goes. Beautiful. Minute mark. So we would have been unfortunately we would have been stopped out a couple times. We sure was really no way to tell, but I do think this is gonna go back up. I really do. But that's why they came back down here, liquidated all this. Basically closed out barely under, look, 1, 2, 3, 4 wicks from the 5 minute mark that were just under our stop loss. But look at that. Let's see if there was any other indicators in the 1 hour mark. So it was this big ass. Yeah, this big ass one. Basically. Which we're still in here. Once we came down here, we should have been able to tell. Now, I would expect this. I'm very dumb. I am very dumb. What was barely formed in the past hour. But at that point, this could have been could have been it. Still 1.5. But who knows? Next time I'll do that. It did bounce off the top of this. Did not respect it. But look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Fuck, man. No, that's what we were looking for. His fair value got respected. Right here. Now it's going up. Now let's see if that 1 hour mark was correct. So let's say this is stop loss and this is take profit right here. I do want to see if it would have hit this, because we even have this one right here, which got disrespected, but now we're entering it again. I genuinely think I was right, that I just got unlucky, realistically, with these stop loss. Now, if I would have known this and giving right before this happened, what time was it? 8:30. Let's say at 8:30, I checked the 1 hour mark. And this one formed when? At 8, 9. I would have probably seen it. But this one's still not being respected. Here's a small one, just to see if it respects it. Oh no. Now we're staying in between this, which is basically this one and this big one. And it's crazy to see that it's gonna bounce off of here. Watch. As long as it bounces off of this, we're good. I haven't even drank water today, actually. Perfect. Bounce off of here. Respecting it. This is a fair value gap, which just got respected. Beautiful. It's got the 5-minute mark. Liquidation. So we're expecting this to be breaker block. Perfect. And we're keep reaching this overlap right here. This fair value gap has yet to be respected. So this one got respected. We can get rid of this, which is beautiful. This order block got respected, which is also beautiful. And look, that is even more beautiful to see. That this right here was a fair value gap. This is the order block, and now it's filling in all that liquidation. Bouncing up off of this. Can't even be mad. Nice. Got low, high, higher low, higher high. There you go. There it is. We needed to enter this fair value gap. It's closing here because it's literally this whole fair value gap is from yesterday, which is why it's bouncing down here. We're still in this fair value gap. It broke through it right here, but it did not enter this fair value gap. We have not entered this fair value gap since it formed. Right? Yep. Basically right here. The 1 minute mark looking. This overlap is crazy. This fair value gap got respected. This order block too. I needed to reach in here. See, that's why it came up here, and that's why it sold. Wow. Yeah, that makes sense now. Okay. There's formed, so this one formed. One minute. Still doesn't want to get out of this little fucking overlap right here. See if in these next 5 seconds it gets out of there. Boom, and it does. Beautiful. So now we're expecting it to exceed that. Bounce up off of this. Up to this fair value gap. Just gonna keep bouncing up. Keep bouncing off of here. Or maybe just in the 5-minute mark it has to close out of there. Bounce up. Watch, it's gonna bounce up off of here. Nice. Still 2 minutes left in this candle. Huh? Okay. Now this is the last minute of this 5-minute candle. It's gonna close out of here. have put equilibrium right here. There it is. Exactly how I expected it to. And then exactly now it's gonna skyrocket up here into this fair value gap. Back to the, this don't even matter. Well, this is my trade, with the second trade actually, right? This was the second one I made. What is that? 7:30. The first trade was where? Here? Yeah, and went. No, it was actually up here. This was my first trade, and I was actually right. And then today's second trade was down here, and then I was right. Well, I'm being right, but I was stopped out right here, unfortunately, which would have been bad. But genuinely, I think I was on the money with my analysis. So let's see how this trade finishes, and then we'll call it a day for the live stream. I really just wanted to hit the TP so I could see if I was right or it's just gonna continue to fucking go down. I'm understanding the confluences more. That's the only reason I'm here too, is because I've been just trying to find the confluences as it goes. But look, it looks like it's right. 5 minutes. Look at that. This confluence was amazing. Saw this liquidation. I knew it was going up. Now we are in this right here, fair value gap, which we were in earlier, but you know. Now imagine if you would have had an equilibrium box right here. Hit the equilibrium, then it went down. Now this would have been stop loss right here. Wow, that's what I should have done, bro. Oh my god. Why did I put my stop loss here again? Oh, because of this. Because of the fair value gap. Wow. Wow. If the stop loss was right here at the equilibrium, it would have been hit. it would have been a 1.25, but it would have been hit before the stop loss was hit. Wow. I just fucking figured, bro. Oh my god. Let me write this down. Trade number 1. Trade number 2. Analysis number 2 was so close to being right before stop loss was hit. I did find out what exactly I did wrong. Instead of putting take profit at top of FVG, I should have put it at the equilibrium. Fuck! Analysis number 2 was so close to being right before stop loss was hit. I did find out what exactly I did wrong. Instead of putting take profit at the top of the fair value gap, I should have put it at the equilibrium. That is crazy. Crazy work. Oh, look at my vis streaming. 3 hours? Fuck, man. Might as well make it 4. I'm just gonna wait until this hits or not. Damn, technically it didn't cross that fucking... It's still at this. Right here. That is crazy, bro. If this would have hit right here, if I would have put this equilibrium right here, if I would put this right here and this right here, once this started going up and it closed, so it's the most recent high to the most recent low, and let's say we're like even right here, where that is exactly where we took it. We took it like right about here. If we would have just put, oh my god, take profit right here at equilibrium, I would have been good. You live and you learn, huh? You live and you learn. Hey, that's the fucking goal though. I'm happy I'm doing this without actual money, cause bro, I'm learning just by experiencing, just by being here, sitting here, watching the fucking graph go up and down. It may seem like I'm doing nothing, but I'm actually doing something, bro. Like, this is not a waste of time at all. So in the next, alright, let's say I'm giving it till 10. Once it hits 10, I do want to see if it hits this fair value gap. That's my initial take profit. It just hit. Did it hit? No, it didn't hit. It hit equilibrium again. What the fuck? It still didn't hit my take profit. We are still in the fucking fair value gap, but what the fuck, dude? It still didn't hit the take profit. Wow. That's crazy. That shit was like less than a fucking. I was like, this is close to my take profit. So entertaining watching graph as it moves, huh? Let's watch videos on how to get funded.
Yep, so I did manage to pass the Top Steps 50K Combine this week, as you can tell from this Photoshop certificate and the thumbnail he sent me. And for anyone new, this is my fourth and final week trading the Combine, so if you want to see how I traded the other weeks, you can watch my last 3 videos on that. But for this week, I only needed like $560 to pass the Combine, so I felt like I could do it before the year ended. So enough talk, let's see how I traded this week to pass the Combine, and also how I started off on my first funded account. To start off this week, I saw that price was dropping, so I was bearish and saw potential for price to drop to the 300s or even further. So near market open, I decided to try a short targeting the 300s, but as we just shot down quickly, I might have gotten a little greedy and wanted to pass the rest of my combine with this one trade, so I moved my target down further. I was also gonna have a tight stop loss in case of a bounce here, but soon decided to move it near break even to sit in the trade a little longer. Oh god, I shouldn't have done that. And yeah, I got stopped out. Price did drop down again though, so I got back in and was like, this time we'll get the break, which we did get for like a minute before price ripped back up and stopped me out. So had I just taken profit on the first trade, I think I would have passed the combine with just these 2 trades today. Instead, I'm still like $200 short, so I kind of kept trying shorts, wanting that break to happen, and it didn't. So with multiple L's piling up, I eventually went into the red today, down like $300. And after that massacre, I finally gave up on my fixation on breaking lower and did start looking for longs as a possible reversal. First, we have this long here where it did take a little bit of stalling before finally getting that fat push up to my target for a nice profit. Then price did a little pullback, so I re-entered, but again, the greed of wanting to pass the combine with this trade caused me to move my target up hella, and instead that shit came crashing down to stop me out for a small profit. I honestly wasn't expecting that fat of a pullback, so that's my bad for not just having my stop loss at break even or tightly trailing price up. And after that stop out, I just re-entered because this was a decent pullback to this upside, which did get a pop up, but I got stopped out a little bit later. Low key, I was just gonna stop here, but I could feel I was really close to passing the combine, so I tried another long, wanting this trend to hold, and it did kind of. It was a little sketchy here though with these baby candles, so I was kind of sweating, but we did end up getting that push up, which hit my daily profit I set for myself, which meant that I was at the 3,000 profit I needed to pass the 50K combine. In total though, I made $565.92 today though, and passed that combine. So yeah, with that, hopefully I can get the funded account by tomorrow, but we'll see. Alright, so I did just get the funded account right away, so that means I'm ready to trade on the funded for the first time today. Will I be able to get a payout, or will I just blow this account? Who knows? At the start of the day though, I was a little bearish and was looking for the 350s or 300s as targets. So for my first trade, I tried a little short, but was immediately wrong for a quick loss here. And after review, I chased in that trade and didn't wait for profit for confirmation or for the candle to close. Then for some reason after that, I kind of just threw away my game plan, I guess, because I started trying longs here just to bail out because it was sketchy, and then ended up re-entering long, which got stopped out for a total loss of like $241. So after those 3 L's, I was already down like $400 for the day, so I probably should have just stopped because my brain was already malfunctioning. But you know me, I didn't. I kept going, which led to a decent short where I trailed price down to see if we would get a break lower, but it turned back around to stop me out in the green. I think that was my only decent trade of the day, because for the rest of the day, I kind of ignored my edge and just entered off whatever I wanted to see and feelings, which led to multiple L's. I did win a trade near the end to recover some losses like this long here, but I was a little too greedy with my target and got stopped out for a smaller profit. I could have ended the day here down like $271, but when I was journaling some trades, I might have entered another trade here, which I lost on. So instead, I'm down a total of $380 on my first day on the funded account. As you already know, today's the start of 2025 and a holiday, so since I got no trades to go over, I might as well expose my 2025 goals, right? Before I do though, if y'all want to share yours in the comments as proof of your commitment, go ahead. But for now, let me reveal my goals. 1 is to reach 5K subs on YouTube, because that would be huge. And 2 is to make 5K in a month from day trading profits alone. So that's a lot of 5s, and that's because it's 2025, so I kind of was going for a 5 theme, I guess. But yeah, those are mine, and hopefully I'll complete them. I don't know.
Still bouncing off to this overlap right here, or the equilibrium.
So for today,
now.
I kind of forgot to set my alarms after New Year, so I woke up a little late and decided just to trade for my bed instead, so no live footage today. So let's just do a quick summary of the day. To get out of the way, I did end the day up $712, but like always, I did overtrade a bit. Initially, I did miss a short off market open because I was late, so I did get some FOMO and forced 2 shorts, wanting price to reject off the moving average, and yeah, I was wrong and lost like $282. I did switch up to go long to catch the move up for like $603, so that did put me in the green for the day. After that, I kind of just took a bunch of break-even trades though, and a decent short to push me up like $574 on the day, but then I threw it and lost almost all of it, where I took like 7 trades within like 16 minutes here, trying to catch either the reversal up from the 200s or the break lower from it. So yeah, as you can see, I just got chopped up and lost like $450 from that. I did eventually catch the reversal for the long and did add 1 contract to it when it was looking pretty good, and we did hit my target for a profit of $601. So after that, I stopped here for the day, but I did notice we eventually got that 200s break I wanted a bit later, so damn. Alright, so for today I woke up a little early and was ready to trade. I started the day off with a banger because initially I was bullish on the day if we broke above the 300s, which we did off market open. So I decided to try a long here, which price just shot straight up. So as price was slowing down, I showed my stop loss, which got tapped for a profit of $451. But then because of that trade, I might have proceeded to throw my plans out the window because I was like, I got a nice cushion to try some trades, right? And yeah, I lost all of it and more. As you already know, it's because I overtraded with a bunch of emotions and mixed feelings. What do I mean by that? Well, you know how I was bullish if we broke above the 300s? Well, there was this demon in me that wanted the 300s to break and kept trying shorts to break it, which I lost on. But eventually, I did catch a short that would have broke the 300s, but I bailed out early because I was scared of a bounce at the 300s instead. And yeah, there it was, the break. Anyways, price did quickly recover, but I might have been a little salty after that and proceeded just to get chopped up due to my mixed feelings of, one, wanting to stick to my original plan by being bullish, and two, also wanting price to just come crashing down. So by playing both sides, it's kind of like yesterday, I guess, where I got chopped up, but today was worse. Luckily, price did break out of the chop, so this long was looking good. I then added to it as we broke the day highs, and we just kept going up. We eventually stalled up here, and I just got stopped out for a profit to win back some of the money I lost. But yeah, today could have been a fat green day had I just stuck to my OG plan, but instead, I'm down $94.48. So yeah, what a week for me. I passed the combine on Monday and then proceeded to overtrade the whole week, where honestly, overtrading is becoming the norm here, I guess. But even with that bad habit, I still managed to end the week passing the combine and ending somewhat green on the funded account with a profit of $237, which yeah, could honestly be way better had I traded better. So since I did pass the combine though, let's just take a look at some of the stats because I'm curious myself. So in total, it took me 14 days with a 64% green day percentage, which isn't too bad. Also, I guess my win rate was almost about 50%, which I'll take. And if there's one big improvement I can make though, it's to take less trades, because yeah, that's been a recurring issue for me, as well as emotions. But for emotions, I honestly don't know how to fix those, so we'll just have to work on getting my mechanics better to compensate for that. But for overtrading, I found that a lot of my overtrading occurs when price is jiggling around the average line, because yeah, a lot of those days I'm hyper fixated on the moving average line, where I end up throwing away my common sense and just spamming that order button left and right. This behavior mainly comes from FOMO paired with a lack of patience, because I don't want to miss any moves and can't wait for better confirmation. And you'd think that I'd learn how to deal with that by now, considering it's like my 34th week day trading in total.
How many times do we have to teach you this lesson, old man?
I love the young people.
So yeah, I don't know. I think I just gotta keep chanting my plan or something while I trade to make myself stay patient and stick to my plan, because I can catch trades that hit, but like, I don't know, something about price just dancing around that moving average line makes me go crazy. So I'm gonna brainstorm some ideas that might help for next week, and I guess we'll just have to wait for next week to see if they work or not. So I'll see you then.
There's nothing you can do about emotions while trading except continue to trade. You have your strategy and get better at sticking only to it. Once you can finally see the results of your strategy from a little longer term data, those emotions start to dwindle down, since you can have confidence your strategy works over the long run. Bro, keep a checklist of stuff required to enter a trade. That should help you a bit, I hope. Congrats on passing. You just need a trading plan to follow. That's all, fam. So while the market moves, remember we're giving it until 9:53, until 10. I'll do that later. Watch another one.
I'd made $10,000 in 2 weeks trading futures using funded trading accounts, and I had almost no risk doing this as well. I'm gonna explain this entire process to you and walk you through the whole thing. But first, I just wanna verify so you guys can see. So you can see that I have 2 withdrawals here, 1,200 and 800. I've also been cataloging this on my Twitter. The link will be down below if you guys wanna follow along. Again, so this was my latest one that actually just got withdrawn last night. So you guys can see. So again, it's 5 accounts, just to let you know. But again, that was 6,000. First payment was 4,000. And so this is really what I've been trying to track and go over. And I've been doing a lot of testing about how we're doing this as well. And just to let you guys know, I have lost money on another broker. Again, that broker actually went under, Fast Track Trading. So again, you got to be careful which platforms you are using. That's the first thing that I want to tell you guys right now. And that's why I'm doing this first. And I didn't want to make a video on this until I actually got my money delivered to my bank account. So again, this is where we're at. So number one, I'm going to tell you right now, before we go any further, the one I would recommend is Top Step to start with. I think they're probably the best one in the industry. I'll tell you that right now. Number two, I would use My Funded Futures. Again, I like them as well. I have some accounts with them. I have not been paid out yet, but I know I have some friends that have used them, and I know they're legit. And they're actually calling out Top Step for being a bad broker. And transparency's sake, that account is actually down currently. I have only paid for those, but this is I've been scaling to that, and so I'll go into this here in a second. But to give you, for instance, there, okay? So the first thing right now is going over what is a funded account and how do you get involved and how do you start using them. And this is kind of how we'll go down this rabbit hole as well. And again, I also use Tradeify. I do want to let you guys know that. So I use Top Step as number one, and I think you should start small before you scale up, but we'll talk about that here in a second. Number two is My Funded Futures. Number three is Tradeify, and those are all a little bit different. This is my Tradeify account. You can see that this is currently up. I need to get these really to 7,000 to 9,000, so we're almost there. I'll be tracking a lot of that here on the channel as well. But what are Top Step accounts? What is this, or what is a funded account, and how do you get involved with this if you're interested? But quickly breaking this down, a funded account is you use and you pay to do an evaluation, $50 in this case with Top Step. And then if you pass that evaluation, prove that you can make money and that you're a good trader, then they give you a funded account, and then you can withdraw after a certain set of those rules have been accomplished and to your bank account. And in my case, that was around 2 weeks of me making that much money, right? And 2 withdrawals, 2 weeks, right? So what we're doing there. So really quickly, let me explain the rules and kind of what takes place, and then why I think this is kind of the best barrier to entry for new and beginning traders, okay? And before I go over the rules, I'll actually kind of go over why I think it's the best thing for new traders. Number one, it's gonna make you follow rules and actually have a guideline to why you should be getting into trades, why you can't lose so much money and blow up an account. And it's gonna limit your losses. So if I pay $50 for an account, the most money I can lose on my account is $50, right? Now, if I pay $50, I pass, and I go to eval, I'll be worth $200 in the account, but the most I can still lose is $200, but the most I can make in this case, was a really good amount of money, which was about $2,000 for that $200 investment on that account, right? That's just on one account, multiplies by 5, right? And so those are things to understand. You can limit your overall loss. And in the beginning phases of trading, I think that's one of the most important things that you can do is limit how much you're trying to lose and understand what you're trying to trade and how you're trying to trade and become that better version of a trader, okay? So going over these rules really quick to break this down, your objectives right here, you can click this, but I already clicked it over here, is right here. And I think this is a little bit, I don't want to say misleading, but a little bit straightforward, but let me explain exactly what this means. Your profit target, you got to make $3,000. Your maximum loss limit, again, I think it's a little misleading, but $2,000. And let me explain exactly what's happening here. Okay, so your profit, very simple. You start at $50,000 on your account, you buy a $50,000 account, you have to make $3,000, you get to $53,000, right? But the part that, in my opinion, that's a little bit tricky is the loss limit right here, this loss limit right here of $2,000. So let's say I start at, I have a chart, right? I start at 50K, okay? Right, and the chart's slowly going up, and we get to 51, right? Right, bad 5. We get to 51, okay? Now, my max loss limit is no longer just getting down to 48, okay? It goes to now 49. That's the max loss I can have right there, right? So this scales up with this. So as I increase, I can't lose that much more money, right? At the end of the day, too, it's important to understand that this is what your account ends at the day. So if I end a day up $1,000 here, my max loss limit is still $2,000 back down to 49K. So if I lose my money down to 49K, what happens? This is the biggest question you ask. So Tyler, how much are you risking? I'm only risking the $50 that I, invested into buying this account. That is it. This is not my money. This is important to understand that, right? Now, a step further is understanding, what's really happening after that, right? But the next step beyond that is, well, what happens if I get to, 52K, right? 52, right? I make my way up there, then my max loss is, again, 50,000 down here. Then if I get to 52, get to 52.5, right? You keep going up, scaling up. My max loss is still gonna stay at that 50K range down there. So again, you have to read the fine print, but 50K is basically where that buffer ends. So it won't go beyond that. And so that's gonna be the very important thing for you to understand what you're watching for there until ultimately you get to 53K. And so the question is, what happens when you get to 53K? What happens after that, okay? Then you ultimately get funded. That's important to understand, okay? And then understanding your 50% consistency rule right there as well. I wanna make sure this is very understood. Your 50% consistency rule is very simple to understand. You cannot make more than 50% of your profits in one day, at least into your goal, right? So if my goal is to make 53K, then I could only make $1,500 in a day, right, to be funded. So if I reach, 1,500 the first day, 1,500 the second day, then I can get funded. If I make 1,500 one day, 750 one day, 750 another, I would not, you would be able to be funded after that because again, you may only make 50%. But if you were to make, for instance, 2,000, then 750, and then whatever, you have to reach until you get, 4,000 is your goal. Whatever that consistency equals 4,000, to 50% of that 4,000. Okay, so very simple to understand. Not hard to do the math. Just understand that. But again, I wouldn't really recommend trying to just pass it immediately. That's how you blow up accounts really quickly. Is just trying to get overzealous. Then the next step is moving into funded rules. This is like the good part. So if you go back to my account, I want to make something really clear. Typically when I'm trading, and again, if you know me at all, I trade stocks primarily. That's my main focus, is trading equities, options. That's where I've made a bulk of my money. Now, the reason why I got interested in trading funded futures is because one, a lot of my audience doesn't have that initial capital. And I always thought this was an interesting viewpoint of funded futures and getting involved in that as far as not having to risk that much money. The other part of that too is trading futures, you traditionally have to have a decent bit of money into that account, right? So there's two big aspects. Now, if you want to trade options, again, I don't think you need a crazy amount of money, but I still think 3,000 to 5,000 is where you have to start. Trading futures, as I mentioned, you could do this with this little $200. You get funded, and then you buy the evaluation, get funded, it's $200. It's that simple, right? And you can make good money, right? That I think is much more difficult to make with options with less money. So I think that's a very big part. But if you watch me trade options, I think risk to reward and making bigger gains than your losses is very key. If you look here, my best day, was $700. My worst day was 290. I've only had one red day, as you can see on my chart here. But for me, it's all about just consistency on the account, just slowly making more money. Yeah, eventually I'll have a big chunk day where I do really well, but my goal is never to double the account in a day. It's to just get the continuation, slowly scale the account up, and just slowly pay myself every week. It's like a job, right? I'm not looking to get rich quick off this. It's just consistency. Because the reality is this: if I can make $4,000, even though I made $6,000 my last payout, if I can make $4,000 a week, that's still roughly $16,000 a month. Very important to understand that metric and what's happening there. And then after you make your first $10,000, they take 10% of your, for their cut. 90-10, which is still fine. Like I'm still totally okay. It's still 14,400. Yeah, still really good money. Okay, so important to understand that metric, and that's really my goals. And so that's really how I'm approaching this. So it's different than trading options. Of I'm not looking to make, it's not as skewed as options. Options, the strategy is a little bit different as far as me getting in and getting out. I'm a lot quicker with these. These are obviously my trades. That last a lot shorter amount of time. So that's very important to understand. So again, going back into what happens when you're funded, okay? So I want to make this really clear. In order to pay yourself, okay, number one, you have to have 5 days of making $200 or more. That's all you have to do. So if I step in the market, I make $200, I'm done. So as I go into my other accounts and talk to you about the scaling plan, this is really important to understand. When I make my money traditionally, I don't try to stay in the market and just keep trading. I'll move on. I'll go to my options account. I'll go to my another futures account, things like that. Okay, your max loss limit is still $2,000, but this is very important to understand. Once you withdraw, okay, once you withdraw your money, that changes very quickly. Okay, so I start at technically on this, when you go to funded, you'll start at 0. That's what it'll show your account at. Okay, your max loss is still $2K. Okay. You have no target limit. You got to make $200 a day, which is technically like $1,000 basically, okay? But if you make $200 and you lose $150 the next day, you make $200 again, you still count it's 2 days, okay? So let's say I'm making my money, okay? And I get all the way up to, let's say 1,000, okay? So 1K, okay? And I get to 1K. when I withdraw my money, I can only withdraw 50% of my money from my account until I have 30 days of consistency of $200 a day. Then I can withdraw as much money as I want from my account, okay? Very important to understand that. But the second I withdraw this money, as it was scaling up back here, okay, we go back here. Remember how it was scaling up to maybe 51K? It was down to 49K was our bottom? No, this changes now. So when I'm using this, it's important to understand, okay? If I withdraw $500, 50% of my account, my max loss now is back down to 0 again, okay? So that means if I hit 0, then my funded account is over with. So you have to be kind of delicate with how you're trying to withdraw your money and understanding your risk and what's happening there. The other cool part here, though, is there is no consistency rule. So if you do have a big day of, let's say you make $2,000 in this account, which would be pretty good for a 50K account, right? You do really well. You just slingshot right up, right? All you have to do is go back and make $200 more for more days. You can withdraw as money as much as you want, okay? So important to understand that. The rules are very direct. There's no hidden gimmicks or anything like that, okay? That's at all. I mean, I think TopStep does a really good job at explaining it. And compared to some of these other brokers, they're not very strict on getting your withdrawals. Like very, very, very direct. Them and my funded futures are very, very similar. And so that's very important to understand. Now, okay, I've explained getting into them, how they work, etc. That makes sense, okay? The next part is scaling, if you're interested in this. And this is the part that I think funded accounts offer a very, very interesting metric, okay? So to start out, right, I started with, $1,000 in this, right? It's just 1,000, right? My drawing on my mouse is terrible, right? And I was able to turn this $1,000 into 10K. And I have the evidence. I've shown it on there on Twitter. It's all there, right? Now, I could just keep these TopStep accounts and keep trying to, milk this and make, another 10,000 in 2 weeks or whatever it may be. Or I could keep these TopSteps, but I could also reinvest this into other accounts, like my funded futures, okay? And so my funded futures, they have a limit of 3 accounts, but I got 3 accounts again with them. I think it was like worth $600, those accounts, but they're larger accounts, let you know, by the way. So $600. And then I can aim to make, let's say I can make every 5 days, my goal is to make, realistically, $1,500, okay? Let's just say. Dude, my drawings are tough, okay? $1,500. And then I also took some of this, right, to a Tradeify account and got, 3 accounts. And my goal with this, and let's say these did cost, I can tell you right now, it was about $1,100, I believe, for those 3, okay? My goal here is to make another $1,500, okay? Now, really quick, I'm going to just get rid of this because I made 10K, don't get me wrong, but my goal here is going to be on these accounts to make, 4K. Conservative. I want to be very conservative, right? 4K a week. And this is just weekly, right? These are not like outlandish goals. This is just what I want to make per week, right? So quickly this adds up to where you potentially could be making $6,000 a week just off these. And again, it sounds aggressive, but it's really not. Because again, off this 4K, you're really just trying to make $200 to $250 a week or a day. Not that much. On these accounts, again, they're bigger accounts, so you scale how you want. But yeah, still not that aggressive for what I'm doing. And so this quickly compounds, and you're doing this with not a lot of equity. And that's the very interesting part. Now, and that's how I'm approaching this. And this is literally what I've done. So like I have not withdrawn the money from these. Obviously this account's red, so I can't withdraw money. I'll keep you guys updated on how I'm doing this. Account's green, looking fine, but I want to make something very, very clear. This right now is the most scalable way to trade with less equity. If you have less initial equity, it is the most scalable way. There's no other way, in my opinion, out there that offers the path to monetary success in trading like this right now. Personal opinion, okay? But the thing that I will tell you is it's very difficult, okay? Very, very difficult. I don't think that these companies are predatory, but I do believe that in order for these companies to make money, besides like TopStep and my funded futures, still, they make the most money when you fail your accounts and blow your account up. That is how they make your money, by you coming back over and over and blowing your account up and just continuing to pay a subscription fee, okay? Right? Very important to understand that. And so you need to understand, and that's what I tell people too, is don't go into it and buying 5, 10 accounts, whatever it is. Go with one. Once you prove yourself you can succeed in doing it on one account, then buy another. And then you just slowly scale that. It's not a rush. When you go into this, I could have started this and bought 20 accounts across 10 different platforms, but I wanted to do it with purpose to show people that like you want to.
So unfortunately, didn't hit my stop loss, but I figured out what I did wrong, and that's honestly what's more important. Like I said, I should have put that shit on the equilibrium, and it would have been take profit. But I'm excited to come back tomorrow and read the charts. That's all I really did today, and it helps. It really does. I feel like I'm getting experience. I feel like I'm learning just by, trying. And once I feel like I'm ready, I will strive for a funded account. I hope you guys enjoyed this live stream. I hope you guys enjoyed this VOD. If you're watching on the YouTube channel, Cedrix Cashflow, make sure to hit that follow button down below on my Kick. I am live streaming every single day. Make sure to follow and subscribe to my YouTube channel. And I'll catch you guys next time. Laters. Later.